So, how was everybody's week? Did everybody have a good week? Oh my gosh, we've already got a crowd in here. All right, time for me to start pushing some buttons. So, how was everybody's week? I'm going to be honest with everybody. Today, I had a pretty rough day today. I came home from work. I literally laid down for about 20 minutes, and my feet were killing me, and ended up going to Sheets. I don't know if there's any Sheets near you all, and I got a chicken sandwich from Sheets. Ate that, got everything set up, and now I'm feeling much better. Getting to talk to you guys. It's been a hard week for me this week. Work was rough, so it's nice to have a Friday night, have 2 days off, have Saturday off, have Sunday off, time to relax a little bit and enjoy music. So, what I see, we've got Pentagore, Time Surfing Alien, Balanced One, Jerry Dover, Kurt Inscale, and I think that's it. Juke, Juke and Time Surfing Alien. We've got a heck of a group. We missed you last week, Jerry. I know you posted in there something was going on, but we missed you last week. We always know when the regulars aren't here. I ordered a new Firefly, guys. I posted. I don't know if y'all saw on the community page. I don't know if I can pull that up, guys, or not. Let's go to the Guitar Gardens because everyone says they've got new stuff. So let me see if I can pull up the Guitar Gardens here, guys. Let's see what Guitar Gardens has. Now they had the one model that I purchased. Now whether or not it's still going to show, that's going to be the question. Is it still going to show? All right, we are going to display capture right now, guys. So here is the Guitar Gardens website. So now FF338. This is a category they used to have a ton. When I say they had a ton of these guitars, in my opinion, again, I'm not trying to be a Firefly fan guy, but this is really the product that made the company. Just my opinion. When they started out on Amazon, it was the hollow body guitar that really got Firefly up and running. And this particular, you know, probably the last 6 or 7 months, they've been a little thin on the 338 models. Now let's go to the FFSP, which is basically the Les Paul. So they've had this one. This one's the one. It's a three pickup with like a Gigsby, and of course I've reviewed the white version of the Zach Wald Les Paul. This is the camo version. Then it looks like they've got a three pickup Black Beauty, a two pickup. Is this a hollow body? Oh, no, that's just a sheen. I thought that was a little hole. I was waiting for a Firefly to come out with a Les Paul sized hollow body with the F hole here, but they haven't done it. So I was kind of hoping that's what that one was. It looks like they got a couple gold tops. Here's a transparent brown. And I can't see the chat, guys, because let me. Yeah, the FF338. Oh, you got the Lucille model. That's the one that's got like the five-way switch. It's like the forget what they call it, like a crow's foot switch on it. I saw those and I wanted to get one of those, but they went out of stock before I was able to get one.
Vance says Guitar Gardens has a lot of VX guitars.
Now here's one. That one's kind of pretty. I like that red top on that. That's kind of sharp.
Jerry Dover says he got. Oh, wait a minute, I got an ad.
Well, Linnell got an ad, so she can't read Jerry's comment.
He said, got reminded by the significant one that if I buy guitar or guitars, instead of concentrating on getting my loop together for the tube amp I want, it's only going to delay getting the amp.
Yeah. Oh, look at this, guys. Now, someone had mentioned to me that Firefly was going to come out with a Les Paul with a banana headstock. I do have a Kramer Assault, which is a excellent, excellent, excellent Les Paul with a Floyd Rose on it, and it has the banana headstock. In Firefly's case here, this really doesn't make any sense. Why would you put a banana headstock on a standard Les Paul? Um, Maybe if it had a Gigsby on it or a Floyd Rose, but I, I think this is a miss for them simply because if you're going to put a banana headstock on an LP guitar, go ahead and if you're going to commit sacrilege, like I said in the review, you just go 100% full in. Just you know, put a Floyd Rose on it or a Gibbsby with the banana headstock, and I mean it's cool. But if you're gonna take it to that level, go ahead and put a nice floating tremolo on it. I would be curious to. I just ordered a guitar, so I'm not gonna order another one.
Devastator's on.
Hey, Devastator! I can't see the chat. Linnell's reading the chat because we are hunting fireflies. Now, this Cobra Burst, guys, I'm telling you, I've seen this one in person on the last run. This is a very, very, very pretty guitar, the Cobra Burst. Now, last time they did this, it had chrome hardware. I kind of like the chrome over the gold on this brown. I guess the gold's not bad, but the last run had silver. I kind of like the silver. And I'm not seeing any of these with the access cut model. Maybe this one. Usually the access cut is more expensive. Yeah, that's a standard set neck. And then now they're really pushing this Zach Wild bullseye thing. I think they're going to push that until sales drop off on that. Okay, that's the Les Pauls they've gotten in. Let's look at the LGs. Yeah, looks they had these last week. The maroon's pretty. Both of these maroons are the same. This has got like more like the Jazz Master type tremolo on it. I don't know. I think on an SG you need more of a Bigsby style tremolo. I don't know what your all's thoughts on that Jazz Master style. It's kind of different. Yeah, they got it on this one too. This one's not really a Gigsby though. This is some other kind of system they're using. Anybody know what that is cloning? What bridge that is cloning? I'm not familiar with that setup. And that's a kind of an offset SG. I just noticed that. That's not like a Gibson SG. It's an offset SG. Now, Telecasters. Oh, they did get a new. The Mad Cat is back in stock. It was sold out. Guys, I can tell you this is a good guitar.
Tom Surfing Alien says, what is it? Geiger makes a bridge like that?
Geiger? Yeah, they reached out to me about 6 months ago about doing some reviews. I just could not come to terms with them. They, I know a lot of YouTube channels will say they're saying this and this and this, um, but I'll be upfront and honest with you. Um, they had a lot of taglines they wanted me to say. I had to say a certain thing. Then I had to sign off all the rights to the videos. They could use it anywhere they wanted. Just couldn't come to terms with them. You know, if I'm going to spend that much time, you're not just going to send me a $50 set of hardware, tuning pegs, and then, be able to distribute the video anywhere you want, and then also force me to say X, whether it's just, oh, this tuning key's great, or they had little taglines they wanted you to say. So I couldn't do that. So nope, they don't have it. Um, if you all go to the community page, um, we can look at my own post. Um,
Surfing Alien says about $80. I think it imitates a Duesenberg trim.
yeah, Duesenberg trim. Linnell's reading the comments from the other room into me because with this page open, I cannot see comments. So they've had this Strat for a while. This one must not be selling, and their price point on the Strat has really um, $270 plus $30 shipping. Firefly needs to be careful. If they start hitting the 350 price mark at where they have been, I think they're going to start losing their niche market. Um, that's my opinion. When you get into the 350 price range, you start competing with Solar, Jackson, the Jackson JS series of guitars. It's hard to beat. Um, it's just hard to beat Jackson. It's a large company. They're able to mass produce far more instruments than Firefly can. I think I've said this before. Any major guitar company, if they wanted to bury these budget guitars, they could. They have buying power. So when Firefly does an order of, let's say, 1,000 guitars, that's nothing. If Fender goes to court and says, okay, we want 20,000 of these guitars, court is going to make sure that they do a good job because that's like 20 orders for, maybe all year on Firefly, and that's just one order for Fender. Fender, Jackson, I forget who actually owns Jackson now. But Gibson, all these companies, they have buying power, and they have different brands. So Gibson can go to them and say, look, we need Epiphones made, we need Kramers made, because Gibson owns Kramer. We're gonna give you guys, 30,000 units, X Kramers, X Epiphones. We need a good price. So they could definitely compete with these companies if they wanted to. So let's look at the FFVX. Yep, they've got some new ones in here as well.
Curtain Scale said buy a Squire Strat for 250.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm loving my Squire Nashville Telly guys. I paid $329 for that. Um, the fret ends do need just a little bit of work on it. Um, but other than that, the guitar finish, fit and finish, sound, and playability is 100%. You could just kind of go over the fret ends just with some people use the green. It's like a Brillo pad almost. You get them at Home Depot. I forget what they're called. It's like a sanding pad. If you just hit the side of those frets with that, it would take that off. Playing it has made a big difference too. It had a little bit of a scratch feel to the frets. Just in the month and a half I've been playing it, that scratch feel has went away. So I think this company they're approaching the $300 price point now on their instruments. Now they are doing more. I will give Firefly they have upped their game on the hardware. It seems like their tuning keys have gotten a little better. Um, Definitely the last review, The 2-point non-locking tremolo is far better than what they were using. So the new hardware is a step up. But as I said, I think they need to be careful. They're approaching that price point where they're going to be in with other companies with more buying power. Um, I don't know what you guys think about that. Oh, they did add a guitar here. They only had the gold one. This would be a cool guitar. If I didn't already have my Epiphone Dot, I would consider something like this. So on the acoustics, they sold out still. So let me see if I can actually uh, pull up the guitar. The only way I know to do it is literally go to YouTube. And since I'm streaming, that'll be kind of funny. I can go right to my own webpage. And this is how I see my channel, guys. This is what I see. So you can see we're in a live stream right here. So if you go to the channel, there's the live stream. So if I go to manage videos, this is what I see on my end. This is all the video content that's out. And I can go to live. And then here's all the live content that's out. Shorts, I haven't done any shorts. All the posts are right here. So here's my last post. So here's the guitar that I purchased. Pretty cool guitar. Definitely my vibe. It looks like it has a roasted maple neck. It does have the 80s like leopard paint job. And this is the sub Floyd Rose one special. It's the budget. It's the exact same SBS is using them. I believe the Solar Guitars is also using that particular Floyd Rose bridge. So they are in that price market. This guitar was $260, I think. Honey, what was it with shipping? It was almost $300, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It was almost $300 with shipping. So, like I said, they're kind of getting to that price point. I'm not saying that guitar there. I don't have it yet, so I'm not going to speculate whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. If it is a solid guitar, it's well worth $300. And then some people might say, okay, maybe the electronics are going to suck. So you're buying a neck and body. So if the neck is leveled and crowned and done right, and the paint job, $300 for neck body, you're getting, I still think it's a good deal, but then you also have to figure your time and labor on switching out the electronics and tremolo.
Yeah.
We'll have to see when it actually comes.
Rob Raleigh or Raleigh is on. I guess he's in North Carolina. He said hello all from Raleigh, however you pronounce it.
Okay, Rob, we got a newcomer to the group. Linnell's in the other room yelling in because on this particular window I cannot see the chat. So there you go, Rob. If you're new, I can't see your little thing because I'm not at that window. Welcome to the chat. Everyone here is here to help everybody else. Everyone's opinion counts, and everyone shares their opinion here. We're not here to push a product. We're just here talking products, trying to find the best bang for the buck. Whether you buy Fireflies, gut them, and rebuild them, or you buy $2,000 Jacksons or $5,000 Gibsons, it's all relative to what you want at that particular time. I find joy in fixing up guitars, but there's times where I just want to buy a guitar. I want to buy a guitar. I don't want to play with it. When I bought my Fender FMT, I went to my local music store. I'm going to close out on all this stuff, guys. Hold on. Let me go back to OBS.
Tom Surfing Alien said you should check out NWS guitars. Luthier built starting at $475.
Let me actually get the chat window back open, guys. So, what I was saying earlier there's times, guys, where I work on guitars. I love working on guitars. I like puttering on guitars. I got this guitar. I got now this one we talked about last week. I'm gonna let you all guess what this guitar is. This is a very special guitar, and we talked about it last week. We talked about this. What could this guitar be? Zoom in on this inlay. It's a very unique inlay. I'm going to let you all make some guesses. But going back to saying, there's times where I just want to buy an instrument. I don't want to have to bring it home and polish the frets and, bring the pickups up to get them level. So I went to my local music store and I picked up a Fender FMT, which is a set neck telly with two humbuckers. Basically, it's Fender's Les Paul. I think the guitar was $980, and I bought a $200 case for it. And I knew the technician there. There's only one guy I will let touch my guitars other than me, and that's the gentleman at Shenandoah Music. Extremely talented. If you live anywhere near Winchester and you need a guitar set up, I'm not available, or you just want somebody else, the tech at Shenandoah is really good. I went up and I said, look, guys, I want this guitar, but I want him to set it up, go through the whole instrument, make sure it's 100% right. And how long do you need? They told me it would be a week, 2 weeks. So they called me, the guitar was ready. I went in. I don't care. They charged me, it was like $150 to set it up. And I was like, why would you pay someone $150 to set up a guitar that you could do? It comes down to sometimes we just want to go in, buy it, and let somebody else do the work. Remember what I said the other week? Sometimes we get a little biased, and we always think, well, this or that. Well, setting up a guitar is the exact same way. I always look at guitar. I won't say that I look at it the same way as I did 5 years ago, but we get in a rut. We get in like, well, I'm going to set this, I'm going to set this, I'm going to set to this spec, and I get this feel, and we kind of do our thing, if that makes sense. But there's a time where someone else can grab that instrument and they view it a little differently. They see something or hear something, or their approach to setting something up is a little different. And the way he approaches setting up a guitar, I like it. He doesn't always set up the way I like it set up, but I told him the ballpark. I like, 0.065 to 0.07 on my low E and 0.06 to 0.07 on the high E, somewhere in that ballpark. And I picked the guitar up, went through the neck pickup, center pickup, bridge pickup. All the volumes were correct. He got the pickups up to where one doesn't jump, the other one doesn't jump. The frets were sparkly clean. The fretboard was nice and conditioned. They had it in my brand new case. It was all shiny and sparkly. I'll pay for that. I don't mind paying for an instrument if it's done right. If you've got a local store that can treat you right, and they do, they treat me right in there. I don't always beat them up for a price. Sometimes I'll say, hey, is that the best you can do? And other times I'm just like, hey, that's a fair price. That I'll just pay the price. That's where I got my Squire Nashville Telly. It's more of a strap with a Telly electronics. But I walked in, it was $329. And that was the going price because Fender had put out a thing. You're going to sell this product at this MAP price. This is the sale price. Why order it from Sweetwater for the exact same price when I can support my local store at the exact same price? That's just my little vent on it. Excuse me, guys. I need a cough button. So did anybody make a guess on this guitar yet? I'm gonna cover the name. I'm covering the name.
You can't really see it.
I'm covering the name, and I'm gonna show the frets. Look at that inlay. Does anybody have an idea of what this manufacturer is? Anybody?
Kurt Scale said ugly squire.
It is a set neck. Notice it is a set neck.
Tom Surfing Alien said I don't remember.
It has Seymour Duncan pickups. Seymour Duncan pickups with an ARB bridge. Oh, Tom Surfing Alien cheats. Yes, this is a Squire.
Kurt Scale said ugly squire.
This is a Squire M80 custom shop. This was Squire's attempt at a custom shop. Well, it wasn't an attempt. They actually did a custom shop guitar. It is a two-piece body, set neck, factory Seymour Duncan pickups, and brushed nickel hardware.
Tom Surfing Alien said I didn't cheat. It was right there.
And look at that inlay. It's abalone, two different types of abalone with a cross in the fretwork. The extra attention to detail, putting that little piece in there, crossways, and then with the block inlay. If you guys, trust me, if you guys can find one of these, I know it's not a bad looking body. It's kind of weird because they put cutouts here and here, but on the back, there are none. And I'm going to be honest with you. People go, oh, look, it's got this big cutout. You can get you. In reality, no one is playing their guitar with their arm back like this to where that cutout makes that much of a difference, if that makes sense. It actually makes more sense to do the cutout on the top because our hand reaches out over the neck. It actually makes more sense like this, even though it looks peculiar. And it's got this nice beveled, see the bevel? Really nice defined, even crisp beveled edge. Everybody has weird guitars, but this one, when I saw it and I looked it up, found out what it was, I said, that's a guitar for me. Something different. And you can see the shiplap neck joint. Now, I'm sure back when this guitar was made, this color variation wasn't this bad. This guitar is darkened. If you look up pictures online, they're much lighter. So this body has darkened with time. This is mahogany. So UV light will darken mahogany. So it has darkened up quite a bit. We're going to play it a little later. You guys can hear it. It's definitely a cool instrument. So let me get caught up on the chat. What's everyone chatting about?
Some of them are talking amongst themselves.
Oh, okay. So tell me, what do you guys have? What do you guys have a guitar that is a little unusual, like the Squire? I mean, this is not it really wasn't a production guitar. Wasn't widely available. Most Squire dealers did not sell them because of the price point.
Jared wants to know when it was made.
This guitar was made, I believe, 2004. I think from 2000 to 2004 is when Squire tried this. It's almost 20 years old. We're at 20 years old. Because I had Shenandoah Music pull it up. They're a vendor for Fender and Squire. And I think they said this particular one was it 2003?
I know it was early 2000.
Yeah, I'm thinking 2003 on the serial number on this one when they looked it up through their affiliate thing with Squire. I'm a fan of stuff like that. Like I said, I've got a Kramer LP that's got the banana headstock with the Floyd Rose on it. I like I like something different. I mean, it's I don't know if you guys are into hot rods and stuff like that. You know, I'm thinking about buying another truck. I've got a Toyota now. It's just a run of the mill Tacoma. You know, it's an SR. It's the base model with a V6 four wheel drive, steel wheels, 50,000 of them on the road. Everybody and their brother's got a base white Toyota work truck. That's my daily driver. But I'm thinking about buying like a 70s Ford F600. And everyone's like, what in the world would you want a Ford F600 for? It's something different, if that makes sense.
That's Renee Guzman. I think he bought a guitar off you.
Uh,
It says that LP Kramer is awesome.
yeah. Now, Linnell says, Renee, did you buy a guitar off me?
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it or not.
Rene. We're really bad on pronunciations here, so please do not take offense to it. And since you just posted in the chat, I got buttons. Um,
Devastator said you need a 35 Chevy.
you know what's nice about Chevy? I don't know. We're just not a car channel, but the reason Chevy's so popular, everything bolts to everything. You can take this and you bolt this to it and that to it. And Chevy was really smart when they designed their stuff. They made it interchangeable. And a lot of times, guys, we take it for granted, but most of our stuff, like a humbucker, most humbuckers are humbucker size. So most of the time, we don't have to worry too much if we want to put a DiMarzio or a Seymour Duncan or something in. We can usually pop our components out and slap whatever we want in it. Unless you've got one of those strange foil pickups or, you know, some of the strange shaped P90s from the 50s and what was it, the 60s with dog ear. Sometimes the dog ears don't line up. But as long as you stick with a standard single coil or a humbucker, usually we can flip flop around different manufacturers. And guitars are just like that. You know, think of the Floyd Rose Bridges. All these clone companies that are out there. As long as this spacing on the posts are good, there's a lot of adjustment in those saddles. You usually don't have trouble going to, let's say, a Goth or a clone Floyd Rose or a German Floyd Rose. You know, you can usually put one of those in, the posts all line, it's going to intonate. So we have so much ability to make changes, like tuning keys. There's only two bore sizes, the American and then the European size. And they're so close you can just ream the holes out if you have the metric spec and you're trying to put USA spec on it. It's not that difficult.
He
So
did
we're really fortunate when it comes to that kind of stuff.
he did buy a guitar from you.
He did buy a guitar. Yes, I did. Okay, I don't remember which one it was.
He likes your Night Swan too.
The Night Swan. Oh yeah, the Night Swan's a bad. I like that guitar. Um, I like the polka dots too. So what guitars do you guys have that are, let's say, not normal? I mean, I was going off on that tangent because everyone wants something, I guess, that no one else has. They want something kind of unique. And I think a lot of times we customize our instruments for that reason. We want something that sounds a little different, or plays a little different, or looks a little different, or has this that no one else has. I'm bad for that. I like doing little tweaks to mine. See if someone notices. Are they going to notice that I swapped this pickup? Are they going to notice that I, did X to the electronics? So I kind of like doing stuff like that. Oh, okay, the Relic in white. Okay, cool. Yeah, I remember that guitar. Oh yeah, all right. Yeah. That was a guitar that actually didn't, I don't think actually got a review on the channel. That was one of the guitars that I had ordered and was so far behind on reviews, I ended up playing it a little bit and then just selling off the guitar. Usually Fireflies come here, get reviewed, I do a setup or something on them, and then we go back and we sell them. But I don't think that one was actually reviewed.
Jerry said he needs to start watching Facebook Marketplace in Winchester.
Yeah. Well, Jerry, he's down in Alabama, aren't you? I mean, if you find something up here, Jerry, I mean, I can get it for you and then ship it to you. If that's what you're thinking, I got no issues with that. If you find something up here, there's good deals up here. I'm always kind of searching. Marketplace is a pretty good place. Time Surfing Alien says he's got a 2011 wine colored Epiphone Special 2 LP Custom Shop Limited Edition, one of 500. Hmm. Well, that might be Skype time on that one. That might deserve a Skype a Skype photo. Now this doesn't mean blow me up, guys. There you go. Um, Believe me, no one else on Skype is going to have that. It should say Healy Freak afterwards. That would be me on Skype. So I don't know if my Skype is open. Let me double check my Skype and see if it's actually even open.
Jerry says he has a 2010 Traditional Pro LP in wine red. Jerry's in Florida.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Skype is open. So just double checking. So if someone does want to send something, you should be able to type in those letters in Skype, and it should come up Healy Freak or something afterwards. That's from my helicopter days. So Devastator has sent me some stuff on Skype, and we were able to view it right on the channel because I was able to pull up the picture in Skype and then show it. So if you can do that, then we can get your picture of your guitar up on the live stream. And Jude, the JB200 built in 2021. Is that the JB200? Is that a Carvin or a Kiesel? Why am I thinking that's a Carvin or a Kiesel? JB200.
Did you hear me when I said Jerry said he's in Florida?
Oh, you're in Florida, Jerry. Okay. Yeah, I just saw that. I'm scrolling down. I'm scrolling down on the text messages now. It's a custom. Jerry says it's a custom shop, but I don't think it's a limited.
He has a 2010 Traditional Pro LP in wine red.
Traditional Pro. That's the Jerry, isn't it like the modern profile? I think that's what they did on the modern profile, wasn't it? The more modern LP.
Nicholas said Carvin is a DC 200.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, the DC. So what is the JB200, Juke?
Tom Surfing Alien is the one that's in Alabama.
See, I'm getting everybody confused. So Time Surfing Alien is in Alabama. Okay.
Jude said it's the Jason Becker tribute.
Oh, that's right. That's what you told me. Yeah, Jason Becker tribute. Yeah, that's definitely a nice guitar. I knew it was Kiesel or something. Yeah, Kiesel. Jason Becker. What a shredder in the 80s. Yeah, that guy was awesome.
Devastator said Dean Zelensky Tagliaire is my oddball. Tagliaire?
Which one is this?
Devastator.
I'm looking for Devastator. Dean Lazinski. is my oddball. I may need a Skype photo of that one. There, Mr. Devastator. And I'll pull up Skype here and see if anything has been sent to me, just in case. Uh, nope, no Skype messages as of yet. Gotta keep my eye out on that. Kiesel and Carvin are the same. They just changed their name back to Kiesel in 2015. Yeah, we had talked about it last week. I was thinking about ordering a new Kiesel. But I have come to the determination where I think I'm going to start saving my pennies. And I know everyone here knows I'm all about tubes. I like tubes. But that being said, I am going to start saving my money, and I'm going to buy an Axe-Fx. I'm going to buy an Axe-Fx 3. I'm a rack mount guy. Everybody knows by my videos. I like rack mount equipment. And the new modeling stuff has come a long way. I'm not saying I'm going to do away with my tubes. I'm going to go ahead and use the FX3 as a main effects processor. And I've done some research. The SYN2 can be hooked up to the FX3 Axe-Fx the exact same way I have it hooked up to my ART with 3 cables. So I can still have my tube preamp with all the modern effects that the Axe-Fx can do. There's a lot of advantages, guys. I heard a bloop. Hold on. That means Skype. So, Time Surfing Alien does not have Skype. Okay, well, hold on here for a second, guys. Devastator just Skyped me, so we're going to the Skype page. So, welcome to Avery's Skype page. So, right there is Devastator's guitar. And we see he's got a nice Epiphone sitting right next to that. And it looks like he's got a bunch of buttons or something sewed on that guitar strap, too. Check that thing out. So it looks like it's a humbucker, single humbucker, but it looks like the bridge humbucker is set on an angle. That's kind of cool. And I like that pickguard. Now that guitar, maybe it's just the burst. Yeah, does that have a chamfer right where my mouse pointer is going, Devastator? Or is that just the way the light's hitting the guitar? It looks like there's a chamfer in the body right there. Right where my mouse pointer's going. It could be just the light in the photo. That's a pretty guitar.
He said yes.
That is a chamfer. I bet you that's comfy. The strap is Guns N' Roses. That's cool. I like the strap. Well, there's our first Skype message, so everyone can see that it does work. The Skype thing does work. You can send me a picture, and we will get you on the live stream. Let me go back. I got to get my chat back up. There it is. I'm getting a little better with the buttons. I did get my Stream Deck. Oh, I don't have it hooked up yet. Stream Deck. So, got that hooked up this week. Remember, I wanted to make little progressive improvements each week. Now, Ben just sent me another image. Wanted to make a little improvement, so with the Stream Deck, I should be able to just push a button, and then whatever parameters that I have to click, like 2 or 3 buttons, it should automatically do all that. So I push a button on the Stream Deck, and it should automatically go to my other screen or a different camera. So I'm going to be working on that this week. So let's see the next image.
Devastator said that's the Sea Glide Net.
Oh, you know what? I can look back on Ben's previous pictures, guys. So hold on here for a second. Display capture. Let's go back to Ben. Now here we go. Here's a Yamaha that he sent me the other week. I love that body, that detail in the body on this guitar with that Gigsby tremolo. That thing is awesome. And I don't know which one he just sent me. Maybe he just sent me this one, the Epiphone. That's the Epiphone. Looks like he sent me two Epiphone. Yep. And then there's the Strat we just looked at, and maybe this is the one he just sent me. Ooh, look at the back of that neck. What's going on with the back of that neck?
He said something about the Sea Glide Neck.
So is that CNC carved into the back of the neck?
Then he said something about it was the neck of Dean.
That looks pretty freaking cool. We may need a close-up picture of that, Ben. It looks like it's cross-hatched, and then it's got like little raised nubs. Anybody else here familiar with that? I think that's the first time I've ever seen that.
I don't know if his name's Renee or not, but he said can't wait to see the opening of the Tiger Firefly.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to that. You know, Firefly there for a while I was ordering because people asked for it, but they didn't really have a newer guitar that I was really psyched about getting. And when I heard about this guitar, I was told that it wasn't going to be here for a couple months. I went to the site and there was a picture of it that said sold out. That was in the evening. So that morning I just happened to say, well, I get up about 4:30 in the morning every morning. I said, well, I'll get on the site first thing because Firefly is big about posting about 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So I got on and they had that guitar in stock. And I said, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. So I quickly ordered one. And it did stay in stock for more than 24 hours, believe it or not. Because I got home that evening and I asked Linnell, I said, I wonder if that guitar's still in stock. Because, you know, one of the reasons I bought it was they always go out of stock really fast. But it was still in stock that evening. So it actually did make it 24 hours in stock. Let me see, the Skype thingy's still going off here. Oh, I think I just closed Skype. Yeah, I think I did. Hold on for a second, guys. I hit the wrong button. I closed Skype. So now I got to figure out how to get back to the other window. Oh, okay. All right, he sent me a couple more here, guys. It's got a, ooh, now you can see he sent me a picture now. Okay, display capture. We got the, sorry guys, we're hopping all around. Let's go back to Skype. So he sent me another photo of the neck. So here's the photo of that neck. That looks freaking cool. I like that. I bet you that's almost like a hand massage as you go back and forth. I can see that reducing the friction because there's less surface area as you move your hand back and forth. I bet you that was very expensive. So here's the next photo he sent. That's the case. And everyone knows I'm a tweed case fanatic. And I like that one. It's got the leather corners on it with the tweed. That's a pretty guitar case. Antique, looks like an antique bronze latches. Nice handle. When you buy a guitar like that, it needs to come in a nice case. They need to. You ever heard the old saying, case candy? No sense in having case candy if you don't have a nice case for the guitar. Then you can put the nice case candy in it too. That's a nice case. But here, this picture really shows the color of the guitar. That purple with the black. That's a sweet looking guitar. With the red. And it's got a little blanket to keep it warm. Look, guys, you fold the little blanket over it. That way, on those chilly nights, the guitar doesn't get cold. That's what that's for, trust me. Ha! That's pretty awesome. Look at the strap on that one. That looks like that would be really comfy. Look at the furry. I bet you that's nice. That looks comfy. I mean, wow. That guitar is definitely hooked up. I like that. I don't know what you guys think of it. I'll go back to the chat now. Okay. Now I missed a ton of chat since I was all up into the Skype windows. So everybody can see that if you send me something and the thing's up in the upper chat window, if you have Skype, I know it's kind of old school, but Skype is actually a pretty easy platform, guys. Um, there's a couple people like Mike and stuff. They send me messages on Skype, and we talk through the week back and forth. You know, so I'm not always on Skype or on every night, but there's nights where I'm just sitting at the computer editing, and then someone will bloop, and we'll chat back and forth as I'm editing videos and stuff. It's just another way of communicating. Plus, we can share photos. So if you don't have Skype, it's free. Just go and download it. And, you know, it's one way that we can add photos and stuff to the chat. So Devastator saying it's custom built to his spec. Now Linnell is laughing. So somebody must have said a funny, and I missed it.
Jerry said the boss walks by and you get nervous.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone knew it, but Monday and Tuesday, I think I said it earlier in the stream that this was a pretty hard week for me. And I noticed that Saturday night after the live stream, my voice was pretty hoarse. And Sunday, I started feeling a little and by Monday, I felt pretty rough. I don't know what I had, but I felt pretty rough. Monday and Tuesday, I was pretty much sick at work. So Wednesday, I was 50-50. Thursday, I felt decent. And today was the first day that I didn't feel sick going into work. And it just made it a hard week. That's why it's nice to be able to come in here and do the Skype thing at the end of the week and be able to, just relax a little bit. There was a side of me, I guess Wednesday, I was sitting there going, wow, I am so sick. But luckily, I guess that was Wednesday morning. About midday Wednesday, it broke, and I started feeling a little better. So I was so happy. Yeah, the boss, she kind of runs things. I see Jupe just putting a lucky dog Avery. So I guess he's talking about the woman. Yeah, I know I'm lucky. Trust me, I know I'm lucky. She's an awesome woman. That's all I can say about it. Went up to Sweetwater, had the dog, had the little one, and at no point did anyone ever say, "Oh, you want to go back to Sweetwater?" We were up there for I think 2 or 3 days, and I probably spent at least 5 hours each day at Sweetwater. Now, we did go to the Fort Wayne Children's Zoo because we had a little one. And if you go to Sweetwater, if everyone wants to meet up at Sweetwater this year, definitely got to go to the zoo. Because trust me, the zoo kicks butt.
It's an all-day adventure.
Yeah, you gotta allow a full day just for the zoo. It's called a children's zoo, but trust me, guys, there's so much stuff there. And that's pretty much all we really had time to do. We did that in Sweetwater. And if you're into like semis and big trucks and stuff, that Fort Wayne seems to be a really big area for hot rod builders and truck builders like Kenworth. I don't know if you know the guys that lower the big semi trucks. There seems to be a big custom, you know, type builders up in that area. So if you do it, that's something else that you could kind of tag on if you're into those kind of things. Fort Wayne has a lot of custom shops up there when it comes to truck building. So you got the zoo, the big truck scene, and of course the music scene. So just putting it out there. If you a lot, you need to allot. You really need to allot at least a day and a half or two just for Sweetwater. Another day at the zoo, and then if you want to do anything else, you know you'll have to. It's at least a 2 or 3 day, just those two things.
Devastator, he said he just sent you a picture of the Iceman that he built.
Okay, we're gonna go back to Skype here for a second, guys. Okay, I got that up, so let me pull up the display capture again, guys. So this is um, Devastator's Iceman that he just built. Looks like it's a blue finish. Isn't that the what was the guitar player for Kiss? The lead singer and guitar player for Kiss. Didn't he play? Didn't he play a guitar like that? I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure he did. It was I don't know who made it. Was it Ibanez that made the? Anybody know?
Devastator said Paul Stanley, yes.
Paul Stanley. Yes, that's right. Oh, back here in the background, guys, look. I see a 5 string bass right there sticking its. I see another bass. Uh oh. I think there's another bass. There's another 5 string bass.
Devastator said Ibanez makes the Iceman.
I think these are all basses. I'm pretty sure that's a bass. I think that's a I think that's a 5 string bass. Somebody's playing bass in the closet, guys. See that? There's proof. Right there. 1, 2, 3 behind the chair, hiding them. So we didn't see them. I'm pretty sure that's a bass right there. That looks like a bass. Oh, he just sent me another photo. All right, hold on. Oh, there's the kit before he put it together. Looks like there's a binding on it. Looks like there's a seam right here. This looks like one piece though through here. Looks like decent routes. And then he sent another picture. Oh, look at that Schecter bass. Schecter really, when I was up at Sweetwater and I looked at some of the Schecters up there that have those burl tops like that bass, they are quite sharp looking. They had a limited edition Sun Valley Super Shredder that had this burl top with the burst on the burl with the I guess chamfered side to the burl. I wasn't paying $1,600 for a Sun Valley Super Shredder, but it was sharp. But it had the burl top like this. I think I got mine on sale for, I think it was right at 700. and I got a case. I got an SKB case with it.
Nicholas said, which firefly did you buy?
Which Firefly did I buy? Um, Let me see here, guys. If I had to go back to my, I have to go back to my YouTube thing. I'm going to look up my own channel. Isn't that awful? We are looking for my post on the Firefly. So here, if I'm on the right window, let me double check and make sure display capture. Yes, I'm on the right window. So here's the Firefly I just bought for those that just joined the group. That's the headstock. And there's the neck. Looks like it's got a little bit of flaming in it. Now notice this particular Firefly does not say the Pure series. They were doing the Pure series on a lot of their retro stuff and their copies. This one does not say Pure series. So I'm kind of curious who's making this particular version. I think there's three different manufacturers making, well, were three different manufacturers making Firefly.
So will you be doing any upgrades on it?
I don't know if I'm going to do any upgrades on this one. I don't even have the instruments yet. The goal in Firefly, guys, is to find a working guitar, a working class guitar at a reasonable price. Some of the Fireflies that I've reviewed, I think are great right out of the box. For a $300 instrument, they're going up in price. Devastator has the purple Strat. I want to say that guitar was shipping was, I don't know, maybe 250, 260. I can't even remember now. So now they're almost up. This one here was almost 300 with shipping. So the prices are going up. But if you can get that guitar and pretty much leave it stock and have a good working class guitar that you can go out and play, that's the target. Now, is that being not reasonable? I don't know. I think the market's kind of changing. I think I've said it before. These companies are starting to see these budget guitars are getting better and better and better. And I don't know if it's because of YouTubers reviewing them or they're just trying to get that one up on the competition to sell more product. But this particular guitar, it's not letting me zoom in for whatever reason. But this particular one has the Floyd Rose tremolo. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm trying to click on that. It's not letting me open a new tab. Yeah. Yeah, it's not letting me open it up to where you can see the tremolo. But it has the new Floyd Rose tremolo, which is it's a budget tremolo. So it's the one under the special, but it's the same tremolo that Solar is putting on the S by Solar. It's the same bridge that Steve Brown Sound is using. It's the same bridge, of course, now Firefly is using. There's a couple other budget guitar companies now that are using the true Floyd Rose. And this will be my first full production version of that bridge. I did review some Firefly FFMNs when Floyd Rose first dabbled with this. I believe it was a bunch of leftover parts, and they just slapped a bunch of packages together and sold them off cheap. Maybe factory seconds is what I was thinking when I did the FFMN review, because we found the Floyd Rose block. There was a couple of things on that bridge that said Floyd Rose. And everyone said, oh, it's not a Floyd Rose, it's not a Floyd Rose. And it was like 4 months later, Floyd Rose said, hey, we're going to make this budget bridge. So I don't know if that was something that the Chinese companies had went in and bought the seconds, and then Floyd Rose said, "Oh, maybe there's a market here for us to sell a cheaper bridge, even cheaper than the special." But that's the guitar I got. So when I get it, I'm gonna do a full review on it, and of course, as usual, we'll check the frets. We're gonna check the Henrys, the ohms. We're gonna beat the tar out of the tremolo. We're gonna see how good the guitar is.
Nicholas said you're gonna like it. Mine came last week, but haven't played it yet due to hand surgery.
Oh, so I was late to the party. Is that what Nicholas is saying? I probably was late to the party. All right, I'm trying to get all my windows up at the same time, guys. And now I've got it. Every time I think I've got the button routine down, I mess up. So, Nicholas, is that who you said?
Yep.
So when did you order yours, Nicholas? Because when I first went to the site, it said out of stock. And then 3 hours later, it was in stock. And I hadn't seen the guitar on the site before that. What day did we order that? Monday?
I think so.
I think I ordered mine on Monday. And usually with Firefly, it takes 5 to 7 working days for a Firefly to actually show up. So I'm thinking it's either going to be here between Sunday and Tuesday.
No, I think you ordered it Wednesday.
She says maybe Wednesday I ordered it. Yeah, you're right, Jerry. I do need multiple monitors, but I've got so much stuff going on here with the camera and the DBX and the AG08, and right here with my Akai sitting up here, it makes it kind of hard to do anything. I was putting around. I was puttering around, and yes, I know I butchered that, but that's okay. I'm not a piano player.
He ordered his February 5th.
You ordered it February 5th. So here you can see this is my Akai. So we can. Where is it? There it is. I like my Akai. This thing does everything, guys. Trust me.
Does that lean on me?
It is a version of Lean On Me. I can't, one of the notes is not correct. I can't, I'm trying to pull it out of my you know what. I think it's this one. It's not a fifth. That's my fifth. This would be the third. Fifth major, third, fifth. That's ninth diminished. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in the wrong route too. That's ninth diminished. I don't know. I'm not a keyboard player, guys. I play enough keyboard to write music, and I find writing on a keyboard is easier than guitar. And I'm not really. Maybe it's because it was the first instrument I was ever really, approached with and learned and played. Um, so I find it easier for me to physically hear the noting on a keyboard over guitar. I don't know if you guys are the same way or not, but I find the keyboard for me in my ear when I'm searching for a note. Okay, and then when I go to the flat or diminished, I can hear the note separation better on a keyboard. I don't know if you guys have ever uh, been like that or not. I get these strange windows all the time. Jupe has a question. Let me switch my camera over and then get back to the chat. Jupe. I'm looking for the question marks. Avery, have you ever dealt with the low profile Floyd Rose like they put on the Ibanez Prestige model? You're talking about the one where the fine tuner back here, instead of it setting up on this bridge plate, actually comes in on an angle. I've only played one like that, and it's basically, it operates off, I call it a stolen 2700 Kahler design, because basically what they're doing is they didn't use the string through, they still used the block like the Floyd, but they're using the cam function that the Kahler used so they could set that fine tuner in. I think they're fine. Personally, I like the low profile better. Okay? The main reason I struggled so much playing these bridges was this raised part right here. Okay? I had a hard time getting used to that because my hand on a Kahler, it's a big flat spot right here. You don't have this, you don't have these sticking up. So I was used to my hand being able to come way back on the guitar. And I could roll my hand back and then kind of go forward for my mutes. And when I started realizing, well, I better start learning to like Floyd Roses because Kahler's not going to make these anymore, I had the hardest time because of the way these were made. The low profile Floyd kind of solves that issue. It's much better than this standard version, but I'm not going to say it's better than the 2700 Kahler as far as comfort. I like having that flat feel. If you're on the fence, I think since Kahler isn't going to make the 2700 Killer anymore, I would probably say that's the best bridge that you can get. The drawback is companies like Cash, all these companies that make aftermarket Floyd Rose parts like stainless steel saddles or bridge set-in pieces for your saddles, they don't make saddles for that bridge. Not that I've seen. So you're limited on what Floyd Rose offers for upgrades on that bridge. And if you do find upgraded parts for like saddles and the piece that the string goes over, the little brass pieces in there, they're extremely expensive. So they're going to be one-off production pieces. But I prefer that type bridge more than the standard Floyd Rose because it is low profile. It gives you more room for your hand to go back and do your muting. That's just me. Devastator says we all need someone to lean on. Never played a Kahler, but I'm curious to try one. Well, Juke, there's two Kahler camps. I will tell you that I'm a Kahler fanboy. Yay! But I am a Kahler Fulcrum bass fanboy. I am not a Kahler cam player. That's the big square tremolo that they had to route out the top of the guitar, and the springs and everything's right underneath the tremolo. Okay, I've played them. They have a unique feel. Everyone talks about the war between Kahler and Floyd Rose. Well, that was the war. Did you want the cam bass tremolo or did you want the Fulcrum bass tremolo?
Jerry White is on.
Hey Jerry, what's going on, man? Jerry White. That was where the war come in. But what Kahler did, he looked at his cam bass tremolo and said, "What makes this work?" Okay, and then I'm sure, say what you want to say. Floyd Rose was popular, And at the time, Floyd Rose, you could only hit, they had a contract with Kramer. And if you wanted a Floyd, you had to get a Kramer, period. You couldn't get a Floyd on anything else. They were selling to Kramer. So I think a lot of these companies were going to Gary Kaler and saying, hey, we kind of want a fulcrum-based bridge. And Gary is one of those guys, he's not going to copy it. If he's going to make something, he's going to look at it and go, Gary's going to look at it and go, how can I make this better? And he's going to look at it, he's going to look at the geometry, he's going to look at where the fulcrum is in relation to the pivot point of the string, and that's what he did. If you look at the Kaler, the relationship of the fulcrum to the pivot point on the string, now granted that changes when you set your intonation. The Kaler saddle piece sets forward, closer to the fulcrum, okay? And you're probably like, well, what difference does that make? Well, it's a radius. So if you're right where my finger is, if this is where your intonation point is, okay, and your fulcrum is where this finger is, okay, and you move that tremolo, the distance between here and here, there's an arc. The greater that distance, the more out of intonation that string becomes as it moves. Now, is it a lot? No, it's not a lot. I mean, you might be talking a quarter cent, maybe a half a cent. People are like, well, what's the big deal? Well, it makes a big deal if you start, let's say, you put a drop D tuner on your guitar. Well, that little bit of change in that bridge from being, that's why they always say, make sure your bridge is perpendicular with the body at all times. Because when you set the intonation, it should be perpendicular. That way, when you pull up or down, it's at 50% of what you do. So no matter where you're at least going to be either sharp a couple, 0.5 cent, or you're going to be flat 0.5 cent as you work the bar. Granted, you're taking the string out of tune anyway. This is all relative. I get it. But Kaler took that fulcrum point and he pushed that saddle point forward. Well, when he did that, he had to extend the saddle block back so you had a spot to rest on. Well, they gave you 1.25 inches. So he made a tube that went through, that hooked onto the saddleback where the string come through, and that locked the string. So you didn't have to cut the ball end off. You just fed the string right through the back of the tremolo. Far superior design over the speed loader Floyd Rose. Floyd Rose looked at the Kaler and tried to make their bridge work with it, but it doesn't. The Kaler system is just superior on how it locks at the bottom. So when you did that, now remember you got a fulcrum here, okay, and you still have another pivot point on the saddle, okay. That's what people don't realize. Your fulcrum's here, even on a Floyd Rose. Your pivot point on this saddle is back, way back here, okay. See how the relation is different as I push on this, how that back of that saddle moves? Well, it's about 2 millimeters off the crown of where the string comes across. Kaler didn't have that problem. His was 0. Right where the string come across, that was also the pivot point for the tuning adjuster. Okay? It was a superior bridge. It's called they made a couple versions. They made the 2700 and the 2710 killer bridge. And Juke, that's the one you want to play. If you can find one of those, that's the one you want to play. Not putting anything against a Kaler Spider. The Kaler Spider is a good bridge. I think when Floyd Rose won the lawsuit, okay, and they said, well, you can't build that bridge anymore. Now, here's the funny thing. Floyd Rose won the lawsuit. Well, they're going to get royalties off that bridge. How come they didn't allow Kaler to continue making the killer? They won the lawsuit. So let Kaler continue making the bridge and just put license under Floyd Rose. Nope, couldn't do that. Floyd Rose forced them to stop building that bridge and build a bridge designed with the imperfections that this one had, the offsets. Just saying they're imperfections, okay? according to geometry and math and all that, it's not correct. Okay, do we hear the difference? I don't know. Gary designed it, it worked, but the Spider uses these dimensions, these offset dimensions. He did make some improvements on the locking nut. Instead of using the little block, it's a slide piece. And Floyd Rose allowed that, but they still put the licensed dial on it. They do make a Spider where you can push on the bar and turn it, and that bridge becomes fixed. I don't think Floyd Rose offers a bridge where you can push on the bar and it becomes a fixed bridge. With the Kahler Spider and the Killer 2700, you can push down the bar and turn it, and it becomes a fixed bass tremolo. Okay, or you push down the bar and rotate it. Now it's a floating bridge. I don't know if Floyd Rose ever offered something like that or not. I know there's some aftermarket. Like Sophia makes some aftermarket pieces for the Floyd Rose to make it a fixed bass. I don't know how easy it is, but the Kahler works well. If you have the opportunity to play one, play it. Or you can call Dave Kahler and tell him, Avery, the dude that's called him a million times asking about the Killer, that you want to buy a Killer, and he will graciously say he's not going to make them because there's too many components, and the machining and the cost of the bridge will be far exceeding what he can sell it for. But if enough people call him, I think they would make a limited run of them. I kind of stopped, blowing up his channel over there, trying to get him to remake the bridge. They are making a really nice version of the Spider, so you could go play a Spider. It's a great bridge, nothing wrong with it. Kurt Inscale says he likes the Kahler cams. He likes the softness. And that was something else. They're a softer feel, and you can change the springs and you can make them firmer. But in general, I would say the Kahler cam bass is a smoother bridge than a Floyd Rose. If you think of like a Jasmine or a Jazz tremolo on some of the Fender Jazz Jaguars, it has that nice smooth feel to it. I guess that's the best way of describing it. But you can stiffen them up with harder springs. So there's nothing wrong with doing that. I just personally like the 2700 Killer, and I've become used to the Floyd Rose at this point. And Renee loved the Kahler Spider and Steeler. Yes, I think you're right. I think the Steeler is the new bridge. Is that correct? Is that the one they're redoing, or are they redoing the Spider as well? I have both. I have a Spider and the 2700 and a 2710 Killer. So I have all three versions. I don't think I have a Steeler, and I don't have any cam bass for Kahlers. Yeah, that was the big thing with Kurt Insale says you didn't have to cut the ball ends off. Well, you didn't on their cam bass tremolos either. At least you didn't on the 2700 series. You do have to cut them off, I think, on the Spider. It's been a while since I put strings on I got a PV Vandenberg that has the Spider on it. I'm pretty sure that you got to cut the ball ends off on that. But, I mean, most people are used to that anyway due to the Floyd Rose. Jerry White says Kahler was made by Shaler, right? Believe it or not, Dave Kahler has never sublet any bridge. So if you have a Kahler that's failing, that's made out of substandard parts, it's a clone. Mr. Kahler has never farmed out his product. Let someone else manufacture a product, and then he puts his name on it. Everything that says Kahler is made in the Kahler factory by Mr. Kahler. It's a very small company, always has been a small company. When you call Kahler, you got a 50-50 chance that Dave is going to answer the phone. Really nice guy. I mean, it's that small of a company. So no, it's Kaler's made here in the United States by Mr. Kaler himself. It is not German. It's actually Kaler is a USA made product. Always has been. Now, they did have problems with a Chinese company copying. They even copied the Kaler logo. And you can tell a Kaler. Kaler has American standard threading. There's no metric on a Kaler. Even even the Allen key nuts are going to be like, it's all standard 7/32 or 1/4. It's not going to be 3 millimeter, 3.5, or 4 millimeter like the Floyd's. On a true Kaler, one that they made, it's all Imperial hardware, Imperial thread pitch, Imperial tooling. It's all Imperial. That's how you can tell a true Kaler versus a clone Kaler. If you're using metric tools and it's fitting, you have a clone Kaler. It was not made by Dave Kaler. Yeah, at the time I was a big nut. I wanted USA made stuff. So, I mean, I know I play a lot of Kramers now. I play Epiphone. I play Firefly. But back in the day, I played only PV. I played PV instruments. I had two PV Nitros, one active and one HSS, and I had a PV Vandenberg. Those three guitars I played out everywhere with. And I had my rack system, which is pretty much identical to when I played out professionally. There's a couple little changes with it, but basically it's the exact same rack that I've had for 30 years. I did add a 362 to it about, I don't know, 15 years ago. Um, and I just recently added the Synergy tube rack mount module to it. So I am updating a little bit along. Kurt Inscale says, in the 80s he only played BC Rich. One of the guys I played with played BC Rich. He loved BC Rich. He had a Warlock. It was a great guitar. Exactly, Jerry. Jerry's got it. It's like telling the USA made Gibson from like the Epiphone. The hardware is either American Standard or metric. That's one way you can tell. You can also, on the LPs, the posts that hold up the ABR style bridge, on the Epiphone, the diameter is much smaller. If you look at the Gibson, it's a much more substantial insert and thread that goes in the Gibson. On the Epiphone, it's made a little, I'm not going to say cheaper. Well, it is cheaper. It's less metal. But the diameter is much smaller on the Epiphone. Jerry White says, I have a white 80 Stealth. I think it's an 84. That's a guitar, guys, I've been thinking about. I've been trying to find. I don't know if you all. It was a guitar company that Earl Slick did a signature guitar for. Now I know Earl Slick now has a line of guitars through Guitar Fetish, but back in the late '80s, Earl Slick signed with a guitar company called. That's right, Phantom Guitars. Who here has heard of Phantom Guitars? I want to find a 1987, 86 Phantom Earl Slick. And basically, it's a super strat, just like this. It has one Seymour Duncan JB pickup. It has an original Floyd Rose German tremolo, and that's it. Most of them were white, red, or black, and they were made by Phantom. It had a little ghost up here on the headstock, and it said Earl Slick right there. And I'd only seen two in my whole lifetime, and that's one of those guitars that I want to find. I want to find an Earl Slick Phantom with the factory German Floyd Rose, the JB pickup, and that's it. It had I think it was a rosewood fingerboard. Might even been a poplar body on them. I don't know if you guys have ever seen them, but I'm in search of one of those.
Says, what do you think of the LP Floyd Rose?
What do I think about the?
LP Floyd Rose.
Well, I have two LP Floyd Roses. I have a Kramer Assault with a banana headstock with a Floyd Rose. Love the guitar. And I also have an Epiphone Alex license with a Floyd Rose. Another phenomenal instrument. I can't say enough about either one of those two instruments. Guys, I'm not one of these. I'm not a. I'm not a purist. Okay. I do see where if you've got, let's say, a 60 Strat. I mean, if you own it and you want to route a big hole in it and stick a Floyd Rose in it, it's your guitar. Um, as far as Fender making a guitar with a Floyd, that's fine. I'm not one of these people, or Gibson with a, an LP with a Floyd. I'm not one of these people that's going to say, oh, it's a Les Paul. It shouldn't have a floating tremolo on it. I think it's a great guitar. The Epiphone Alex license model made that guitar affordable. I could not afford the Gibson. The Gibson Alex license was like $5,000. So when Epiphone come out with their version the first time, I passed on it. But when they come out with it this about a year and a half ago, mine does not have the piezo saddle bridges on the Floyd Rose, so it does not have the piezo saddles. Mine's just a standard Floyd Rose, but I love the guitar. It's got all kinds of sounds. You can go to my channel, you can click on the review on the guitar. It is a working man's guitar. It's a great guitar. As far as my Kramer LP with the Floyd Rose, I did a review on that guitar. You can go to the channel, click on it. It's a great guitar. I think Kramer did it right. Now, you can say, well, Kramer can get away with it because Gibson owns them. That's fine. And I think Gibson did a good thing there. They let them use the true Floyd, Les Paul body, but then they let them put the banana headstock on it. Reverse banana headstock at that on an LP with a Floyd Rose bridge. Awesome. I'm sorry. And I got some comments on my review. Oh, that's awful. You shouldn't do that to a Les Paul. I don't know. Les Paul sounds awesome, with a reverse headstock and a Floyd Rose on it. I like it, And then I've got other Les Pauls. Don't have any Gibson Les Pauls, but I got a Firefly Les Paul over here. I like it. Like I said, I got the Epiphone Les Paul. And then I've got two Firefly Les Pauls. I got one with P90s on it, and this particular Firefly that's over here on the wall has the Pro Buckers in it. It's the Epiphone Gibson wiring package. It's got two Pro Buckers and all the new wiring. So, and I did all the fret work on that guitar. That's a great playing guitar. So that scratches my Gibson regular Les Paul itch. Does great. And then I've got my FMT, which is basically Fender's version of a Les Paul. So that's my 2 cents on a Floyd Rose and a Les Paul. I think there's a time and a place for everything. It's like, who is it? Schecter makes a Telecaster. It's like the Sun Valley Super Shredder, but it's in the Telecaster form. They put a Sustainiac in it with a humbucker and a Floyd Rose on a Telecaster. And what's funny is, when I went to Sweetwater, that's the guitar I wanted to buy. I did not want to buy the Sun Valley Super Shredder that I did the review on. But I drove up there, and they were completely out of stock. Didn't have a one. So I settled on the Sun Valley Super Shredder, the Strat version. But I went up to buy the Telecaster with the Floyd Rose in it. And a lot of people are like, oh, you shouldn't put a Floyd Rose in a Telecaster. Hey, I think the Schecter PT with the Floyd Rose is an awesome guitar. And I see someone put Phantom up in the comment section again. I had a black Strat Phantom, Gene, back in '85. Yeah, they were, in my opinion, Phantom. That was a budget. That was probably one of the first super shredder budget guitars that I remember was Phantom. I don't know if anybody else had ever heard of Phantom guitars, but that was a very affordable guitar. I think, well, people are going to look, well, hell, I can get a guitar for that price now. Back in '85, a decent guitar was 650, 700 bucks. So Phantom was at the 350, $400 range for the Earl Slick model. That was a really good buy for that guitar back in the '85. It's amazing. I don't have any of my, well, I don't have any of my budget friendly guitars out here right now, but we were just talking about a Firefly, 300 bucks. Well, back in '85, '86, '87, and '90, you didn't get anything for 300 bucks. You really didn't. So I'll try to qualify what we think now, what we're getting, and what we asked for what we used to get. It's crazy what we can get now. So I always try to keep that in mind when I do these reviews. I try to remember what I used to pay for stuff and what we pay for stuff now. Things have really come a long way. I just want the Phantom for, I guess, nostalgia, to remember back when I played that in the old guitar shop. It was a Phantom, and, it was something different. Yeah, Charvels were about 600. Now, see, I was pricing, I guess it would have been about, I don't know, 87. It was the same year I bought my PV Nitro. I had priced a Jackson, and the Jackson was $1,200. I couldn't afford $1,200. I couldn't do it. I just that was way out of my price range. So I bought the PV.
Curtis Field said I would put a Floyd on a harmonica if I could. LOL.
Hey, I'd like to see that. Since harmonicas always come and, well, I got a harmonica in C, I got a harmonica in D. So I want to see a Floyd Rose on a harmonica. You know what you can do? You have a harmonica with a drop D tune thing, which you could drop it down a half step. That's what we need to invent. An EVH drop tuner for a harmonica. But it would have to be in D. You couldn't do it in C. I'm just saying. Yeah, it'd have to be for D. I thought that was funny. I don't know what you all thought. That probably fell. It's like this guy's fell down and bumped his head. Avery, is there a Floyd Rose for the Les Paul that you don't need to route the body? That's what I meant to ask. I apologize. Yeah, they've got the what is it? The Floyd Rose FR. Oh, what is that thing? Let me look it up for you real quick, buddy. It's Floyd Rose FRX. That's what it is. Let me see if I can get it pulled up here. Display capture. So we're going to go to that particular. So there's my display. And here's the FRX Floyd Rose. And this should bolt directly onto your LP guitar with no issues. So back right here is where your ARB back piece, or actually it's up here, and this would be where your string through your tailpiece goes. This would be your bolt location for your tailpiece, and then this bolt and this bolt is where the ARB goes. And the spring and everything is made into here. See right here? That's your spring, and it's got a cam in here, and this thing pushes on that cam back against the spring. And this is your screw here, and as you push the screw, it moves the washer, which stiffens the spring. And this is set up for, it should screw right in at your top. You only have one picture of it. But that's what you're looking for, Floyd Rose FRX. I've seen them as cheap as 300. What I would do, I would contact Sweetwater, because Sweetwater has what they call demos or displays. These can't be demos because they're not going to bolt it to a guitar and then take it off. But they have display models. And after X amount of time of something being on display, they like to get rid of it. Maybe they go from the black one to the gold one to the silver one or something else. So a lot of times you can get a display model, for 20% off. But that's the one that you'd want to put on a Les Paul. Now keep in mind, if you have a real Les Paul with nitrocellulose finish, the longer that bridge is on the guitar, you're going to have a discolorization in your nitro after, 4 or 5 years due to the sunlight and the way nitro reacts to the air around it. So keep that in mind. When you go to take the bridge off, you will see a discolorization in your nitro finish. So hopefully that's what you were wanting to see. And I'm trying to find my chat. There it is. Now, Kahler does make some bass bridges, Jude. If you call and talk to Dave, they actually make a multi-scale cam bass bridge as well. So just give them a call up there. They can hook you up. Guys, I am going to take a 5-minute restroom break. We've been on for almost 2 hours, and I have been, of course, drinking my Mosner. So I'm going to take a 5-minute restroom break. So we're going to take a little time out. You guys chat, and I'll be right back. And we are all about professionalism here. That's why we take breaks. So hopefully everyone replenished their adult beverage if that's what you're doing on a Friday night. And in my case, my adult beverage is my Monster. So I did wash my hands, Jude. Jerry White, IV got either replace this GR copy or buy a Goth or something. Yeah, the big thing when you're replacing bridges, make sure you check your bridge spacing on your posts. Um, you do not want to fill and re-drill your guitar body. What ends up happening, usually you're only off a couple millimeters one way or the other. So when you plug the guitar and you move over just a couple millimeters and you re-drill, you end up with like a half moon or a sliver in your bore. And when you push that insert in, sometimes it'll cause problems in the future. I mean, if you do it right, if I was going to do it, I would probably use. There's a way of cheating. We do it in woodworking. When you put your plug in the very bottom of the hole, I would use Titebond 2, not regular Titebond, Titebond 2. It's waterproof, okay? But I would only put it down inside the hole, okay? Like let's say this is the hole that you bored. Do not let the Titebond get at the very top. Get it down in the bottom of the bore, okay? Next, when you put your pin in your wooden sleeve for your fill, your dowel rod, at the very top, drip CA glue around that and then drive it in really quick, okay? The CA glue is going to bond really quick, okay? It's almost like super glue, CA glue. You want to use what's called thin. You can find it on hobby sites. They make a thin, a medium, and a thick. Make sure you use the thin. That's going to wick down in there really good. It dries immediately. It's extremely hard. The drawback to CA glue, if you have a CA joint by CA glue and you gradually increase the pressure, it will hold. It will hold stupid amount of force. Okay, that's what they tell you. Okay, and it will, as long as you gradually increase the tensile, the shear. Okay, the problem is it doesn't like impacts. If you take it and you hit it really hard and quick, it's brittle. That's why you want to use the Titebond 2 down inside the hole. Okay, that's going to give you a it's more elasticity, I guess. I can't half speak English. That's going to give you your solid bond, and the CA is going to give you the other bond at the top. So you're going to have both. You're going to have that hard chemical bond and the more elastic bond at the bottom with the Titebond. Then bore your new holes and put your new inserts in. That's just a little trick as a woodworker on how to secure drilling through a hole that you've already plugged. And you're going to be drilling through that plug into fresh wood and partial plug. Like let's say this is your plug and you're going to be drilling here. And half of the plug is going to be drilled and half of the guitar body is going to be drilled. It's a good way of securing that really well. So just keep that in mind when you guys are switching bridges. I do know that the Kahler distance between posts is not like the Goth and it's not like the Floyd Rose. Because remember, it's American spec. So the German Floyd Rose and the Goth are all going to be in metric. And yes, there are conversions to go from imperial to metric, but they're never perfect. Okay, you're going to be off one way or the other from metric to imperial. I see Jackie made it to the group. There we go, Jackie. So while you guys are chatting, I don't think I really got to play too much because Linnell come out when I first fired up the amp. Pretty much, we had 5 people in the group within, it was less than a minute. we had people in the group. So I'm gonna play this thing a little bit here. I'm gonna move my mic out of the way.
Nicholas said goodnight.
Oh, Nicholas is saying goodnight.
And Mikey is on.
And she says Mikey is on.
Okay, I just got a note says Nicholas is saying good night. So I'm glad you made it to the chat, man. Anyway, I made a lot of mistakes on that, guys. This week was a hard week. I was sick Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Really, I played for about 10 minutes before the live stream. Didn't really get to play it all this week. And when you don't play, you can tell when you don't practice. And this week, I just did not have any time to pick up the guitar. It seemed like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday when I got home from work, I went straight to bed. I literally had chicken noodle soup and went right to bed. But we definitely want to play this Squire though tonight. I want to play that so you guys can hear the Squire. But I did make a couple mic changes. Each week, I'm kind of looking at where I'm placing the mic. This week, we are still about the same distance from the cabinet, but instead of facing the mic up on an angle to the angle part of the cabinet, I am facing the mic down towards the lower two drivers. Basically, it's pointing right between the floor and the speaker cabinet itself, so it's not a direct shot between the two cones. Little bit of different setup. So Jupe's got a question, Avery. Avery, what are your thoughts on the neck through guitars with the sides of the body glued on? Over time, can the body slip off? I mean, we always have multi-piece bodies. Think about the strong guitar necks. I don't think any of these have multi-piece necks. No. A very strong guitar neck will be like a 5-piece neck, and they use quarter sawn. So when you laminate the wood products together like that, it makes it very strong. On a neck through guitar, almost all neck through guitars are going to be a multi-piece neck. It's either going to be a 5-piece, at least a 3-piece. Most of them are going to be 5-piece or 7-piece. So when they glue the side pieces on, what a lot of high-end guitar companies will do, they do a book match where you got a solid slab, okay? They'll cut the slab in half and flip it over, okay? And then they glue it together that way where the neck goes through it. Or they take a solid slab and slice through the center and separate it and then put the neck in it. It's a strong joint. In time, you are using dissimilar woods, okay? That's one of Kiesel's big things. When they do a glue up, let's say this is their board. This is their board, okay? They need 2 pieces out of this board for a body. They cut it here and they take this piece and they put it right here. And the reason they do that is it's the same board. It's the growth part of that tree. It's in the same region of the tree, okay? They didn't go over here and take this piece of scrap and this piece of scrap and glue them together, okay? Because those 2 pieces of wood, they could be from the same tree, they could be from different trees, okay? When you do that, sometimes the wood will contract and expand different, it'll take moisture a little different. So you'll see that's why in my reviews, if you see me, I'm looking down the sheen of the guitar, okay? See the sheen? And you'll see a glue line in the body. If you see that in the sheen of the finish, where when the light hits it, you see a ripple, that means the wood has already started taking moisture different. One piece of wood has reacted different to the environment than the other piece, and it causes that ripple in the finish. Maybe I should explain more what I'm doing in my reviews. But if you watch when I review the guitar, I'm always looking at the sheen, okay? And I'm looking where they pieced that piece of wood together. Can I see a ripple in the sheen? Or does does the light, the polished light, go right over it and I don't see a ripple. If you don't see a ripple, that means those two pieces of wood are finished perfectly even to one another. Okay, still, guaranteed from the factory, it was run through a time saver, which is a big sanding machine, and those two pieces were perfectly the same size. They mic'd out the same. They finished it, and over time, this one piece has reacted a little different than this piece, and it causes that. Will you get that? You may. But Kiesel, that's the reason Kiesel takes their one board, they cut it, and they take this section of the board and they stick it right here. The closer you can get that material together and glue it up, the better it's going to react. Because there's not that much difference in the board length, okay, in the tree. They're assuming, which I know it's true, I do woodworking, those two boards are going to react very consistently because it's out of the same tree, the same section of the tree. So as long as you do it like that, I don't think you'll ever have a problem. I do have guitars that show those lines, and that's where two dissimilar pieces of wood were glued up, and one is changed in spec just a little bit, and it'll create a hairline crack in the finish. If you look at some of the 70s Gibsons, you'll see a crack right in the glue lines. Okay, and that's just where the dissimilar woods are moving. I don't think I would be worried about that. It's very strong. A glue joint, a glued board, when glued properly, is stronger than a non-glued piece because you have dissimilar grain being attached to one another. It's like plywood. When you laminate your grains together like that, it becomes very strong. That's why the 5-piece neck, 7-piece necks are so strong. In Carvin's case, or Kiesel's case, you can get a 5-piece or 7-piece neck, and then they'll turn around and they stick carbon fiber rods on it. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, the stability of that neck with carbon fiber and multi-laminated ply, quarter sawn maple with jatoba or walnut or barbinga or something like that laminated together is just going to be an extremely strong guitar. I mean, this is a 1-piece neck. So I think I told the story when I first got this guitar, the neck was going all over the place when I first brought it home. This is just one solid piece of maple. Okay, it's not laminated. So I think when I first brought it home, it kind of freaked out because the moisture in my house is about 40%, 35-40%. Which some people would say that's a little low. I kind of shoot for 35 or 40% in my house. That's what I found works well for my area. If you're in a desert climate, you might want to try to push that up a little bit because you're opening and closing the doors. I'm in a pretty neutral environment here. We get cold and hot. So I try to shoot for 35-40% humidity in the house. So when I first brought this guitar home, maybe Guitar Center where I bought it, maybe it was really dry or the humidity was really high in there. For the first 6 months, I was adjusting this neck every month and a half. But now, the last, I don't know, maybe 5 months, I have not put a truss rod tool in this. It has stayed, it's locked in, it's liking its new home. But I think that was one of the issues because it's a 1-piece neck. When you start adding those plies to it, it becomes more stable. That's why a lot of professional musicians that are on the road, they want that multi-piece neck because it gets thrown on a tour bus, then it gets thrown on an airplane, then it gets in front of the stage lights, then it gets thrown in the van. It's cold out, then it's thrown back on the stage with the heat lights. And that poor guitar is just freaking out because it was just in a 30-degree van coming from the last bar, and now you're throwing it up on the stage with the stage lights, and the guitar went from 30 degrees to 100-degree stage light, and it just spazzes out. That's why a lot of these nitro finished guitars, you see, it's road worn. And you look at the nitro finish and it's all cracked. That's because it got cold and hot and cold and hot and cold and hot, and it creates that spider webbed effect in the nitro.
Curtis Gill says, have you used a power soak / power break? And if
Kurt, anytime you put stress on tubes, you're going to burn them up quick. Um, you guys just heard my tone. I go through power amp tubes. Um, I find about, with my settings that I have now, year and a half max with 6L6s. And they start to red plate. Um, Preamp tubes in my, on the left side of my ART. I have a hot rodded SGX 2000. It actually uses two 12EX7s. It's is it the left one or the right one? I think it's the right one. The first tube pushes the second tube. So I think it's the right one that always red plates. I get about 2 years out of that tube max. Usually about a year, and I got to replace that tube. You're working even though you don't hear it, you're loading that tube up. That tube thinks it's playing at full volume when you put a power soak behind it. It's loading that amp down. So it's like playing it at full volume every time you play, even though you're playing at bedroom volume. But you're getting that sound. The tube doesn't know the difference. It's working just as hard. So imagine playing out, if you play your amp every night with that soak on it, imagine that amp going out on stage playing at 100 watts or 50 watts, full volume every night. That's what you're doing to that tube. So yeah, you're gonna eat tubes. But again, to get that sound, that's what we do. Everyone talks about Eddie Van Halen's Brown sound. Well, he had money. You know, he had someone back there replacing tubes. I'm sure he was red plating those tubes. People also, he did this and he did that. Yeah, but he had some biasing issues going on in that amp too. I mean, I know the bias is out in my amp. I like my bias out in my amp. I want my tubes to run hot because it gives it a sound. I can't even explain it. But you can tell a tweaked amp that has the bias cranked. You know, the voltage is pushing up on the tubes. They just have a beefier sound. But when you do that, you're going to eat tubes. Does the average person hear it? Probably not. But I can feel it under my fingers. And I hear a lot of people talk about, oh, that's bull malarkey. The reason I'm still with tubes is I can honestly feel it. It's not just the sound. You know, you got to have the sound too. But if you don't have the sound and you don't have the feel, you're just not into playing it. And if that wasn't the case, then this person wouldn't like a Kramer, or this person wants a Charvel, or this person likes his Kiesel. You know, if there wasn't something that you just felt, okay, then everyone would just like the same thing. There's got to be that feeling. And for me, when you overbias or push that voltage up on that tube and cause it to red plate quickly, it makes the amp more responsive, if that makes any sense. I don't know if you can call it amp sag. Like a lot of people, why would you want sag? Sag, when I use a lot of sag. If you listen to the tone that I'm getting here, guys, there's a lot of sag in this. Let me switch over my mic here. Now listen for amp sag. The amp sag is why you can get it to do certain things. The amp sag allows the note to sag off, and you still get that punch on the gain. It allows you to catch the next note. You might not want sag on certain kinds of music, but I depend on that. If I don't have that sag and I'm not running the voltage high on the tube, I find that you lose that feel. When you hammer on, the note isn't punchy. It's almost like active electronics. They send that signal to the amp. When you crank up the voltage on that tube, it's almost like the amplifier is reaching into the guitar and it's grabbing that note and it's like, oh, and it's pulling it out of the guitar. And the better you can pop that note, the more that sag on the amp's it's gonna sag off and then punch back up, if that makes any sense. There's probably a much better way of explaining it, but I try to capitalize on that. So burning up tubes is just part of it. Yeah, I did. It's funny you're talking about playing in stereo. I did roll my Penta cabinet over to my rig. Let me switch my camera here, guys. So if you look right where that plant is, I moved my Penta cabinet right there. I had my Penta cabinet there, had my rack here, and then my 4-speaker Celestion cabinet here. And I ran 2 Celestion greenbacks on the left of my BK Butler, and then I ran 2 Celestion Pentas on the right side of my 50-watt power amp. And I'll tell you what, guys, it sounded mean. I had it set up for about an hour. What night was that last night? I did it last night. That tells you how little my squirrel brain remembers. And I was going to leave it set up, but it takes up so much room to have that big stereo separation. But my gosh, it sounds so awesome with the delays and the reverb going on in stereo. You get that cross pattern like pop, 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 pop. It adds a whole nother dimension to your guitar. If you guys have the ability, even if it's floor pedals, okay, you got stomp pedals, and it's mono in with stereo out, if you can come up with just 2 amplifiers, you got 2 little combo amps, okay, start playing around with stereo, okay, and it would be, in my opinion, it would be even better to use 2 completely different amps. Let's say you've got a Marshall, Cube or something, and a Black Star, and get the 2 to balance. They're going to be 2 completely different sounding amps. Get that balance between the 2 amps and your effects, and start doing simple stereo setups. It's amazing how you can get your sound to sound so much better. Not only just the stereo effects sound better, but mixing 2 different types of amplifiers. I'm doing the exact same thing. A lot of your sound, like I said, is your amp. Your drivers make a big difference in how your amp sounds. So mixing the Penta and the greenbacks, The Pentas have a much creamier, deeper sound, and the greenbacks have just more, just smack you in the face. I'm going to cut your head off kind of sound. And when you mix the two together, it just sounds awesome. Uh, if I ever get the downstairs studio done, I'm going to get something set up and we'll actually, be able to do stuff like that. Or I need to move something around in here. The goal is to finish the room downstairs and actually get a music room. Um, but I don't know how many people actually set up a stereo rig like that. But if you have this, if you have the amps, at least do something in amps. Get yourself. Anytime you split your signal, you're going to lose gain. So you need if you don't have a pedal that's mono in that's stereo out, you're gonna at least need an A/B switch that's powered, and it's gonna have a little boost in there where it boosts the output on the output stage, and then go into different floor flex to two different amps. Just be careful splitting your signal without a preamp stage. You will lose gain, so that's gonna if you're playing distorted guitar, that's gonna you're not going to be pushing your amp as hard. So it's better to go into a pedal that already boosts it when you're left right, and then out to two amplifiers.
Curtain Scale wants to know if you have the Penta head for the cabinet.
I wish I had the Penta head for the cabinet. I do not. I ended up getting the cabinet really, really cheap. How much was the cabinet?
It was only like, I don't know, 100 or 150 or something. It's cheap.
Yeah, I don't think we paid more than 100. I was going to say we paid 75.
I think it was like 100.
She says it was 100. So it's got one little spot on the side of the cabinet where it was hit. But the cloth and stuff on it is mint. But the one side of the cabinet on the green is damaged. And I have been looking for a PV Penta head for it. But again, that's a 140 watt head. I would definitely have to get me a power soak or something to use that head. 140 watts is just, to get that amp to sound the way it's supposed to sound, it would just be ungodly loud. So I would definitely have to get something to put on the back side to be able to crank up those tubes, make them start screaming for help to get that sound that amp's supposed to do. Yeah, it had the Penta head. I think had 7 different. We're not going to call them simulations because they wasn't simulations. It's an actual. It changed the way the signal went through the head of the amp. It's a tube head, but it simulated like a Marshall or a Fender Bassman, or it had a bunch of different style sounds that it created, but it did not emulate them. It was an actual tube head, and as you flip the switch, it changed the whole signal path and what capacitors it went through. It was a heck of an amplifier, way ahead of its time. Again, I think if you would have put anybody else's name on that amplifier, it would have sold like hotcakes. But at the time, this was before Eddie Van Halen, I think, or right before Eddie Van Halen went to Peavey. So the only people that were really using them, Adrian Vandenberg was with Peavey, and there was a couple other artists, but they didn't have the recognition that, Mesa Boogie or Marshall or these other companies had.
You have a new one. I'm not sure what it looks like.
We have a new person. I'm going to say Carmelo. If I That's for Camilla. If I'm butchering your name, I apologize. Again, I'm really bad with pronunciations. Welcome to the chat. If you're new, which I don't think I've seen you comment in the chat before.
He says I'm new here.
Yep, says I'm new here. Everyone here is here to help everybody else. Everyone here has an opinion. That's why we get together on Friday nights. We get together, talk amps, guitars, setups, and anything that you want to talk about. And I make a comment, and then it's the chat's job to also comment, point up their point of view, and then we all come up with what everyone thinks. There's no right, wrong, or wrong answer. I guess there's no right or wrong answer. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. We get together and discuss it, and just say what we feel works.
He said, what are they talking about? I like to learn.
Well, basically, we're talking about tube amp structure and frying tubes, because evidently Kurt Inscale likes to burn up tubes with his equipment, and I'm a firm believer in killing tubes. I like killing tubes because when you're killing tubes, that means you're cranking them, and a crank tube sounds awesome. So I burn up tubes left and right. The only issue is tubes have gotten very expensive. I put 6L6's tubes in my Pro Valve, I'm going to say 8 months ago. And I want to say 4 of those tubes were almost $190.
You got random content.
Ridiculously priced. And I see we got random content today. There we go. I don't think I've seen you post. We're here to chat, man. Everyone's opinion's welcome, and your thoughts are just as relevant as mine. Peavey was a huge country in the 80s. They were. An amp, in my opinion, that doesn't get near, and we talked about this, I think, the last live stream. The Peavey Classic 50 with 4 tens. That amplifier has a sound. My local music store, this was back in the day when Roger owned it, Shandor Music, he had one. It had the 4 tens, and he had the extension cab underneath of it. The 115-inch with 4 tens, the twin channel stereo Classic 50. That thing sounded phenomenal. It's one of those amps that I definitely want to buy. I want a stereo 50, 410 with the 15-inch extension cab. It's just an awesome amplifier. And there are kits out there where you can change the output tubes. I forget what, I think it's EL84s. There's a company now making a retro kit. You can't just plug a socket in and change the tubes. You've got to change some capacitors. But there's a company making a 6L6 retro kit for that, where you can go in and change the sockets, change a couple of the caps, and a couple of the filter caps, and you can change your biasing and make it 6L6. Or maybe it's 6L6 to EL84. It's either one or the other. It goes one way or the other. So the amp is starting to get some recognition now of being a good amplifier.
Says, how long have you been dedicated to music, specifically the guitar?
Well, Camelo, I'm not going to lie to you. Everyone here is human. I do smoke, so if you find smoking offensive, I'm sorry. I am a smoker. I stopped playing music for quite some time. We make decisions in life. I haven't seen Ted Talks Tone come into the chat. He always says, we made the decision to marry up. And I did. I made the decision to not play music for a career anymore and not try to make it. And I went into a professional trade. And I stopped playing for about 15 years. And I always picked the guitar up, because I had a lot of musical equipment. A lot of the equipment that you see in my videos and stuff were stuff from when I played out professionally. I never got rid of my stuff because I loved music. Total years playing, I started playing when I was probably 13, and I'm 54 now or something. I don't do birthdays. I'm in my mid-50s. Isn't that awful? So Linnell got me playing really again, I guess about 3.5 years ago. And I was pretty rusty when I picked up the guitar again. I mean, I had been playing, but not playing like I play now. Um, it was something that I was missing in life. Um, I didn't have that outlet. Music's an outlet. You can come home, you can pick up the instrument. If especially you have frustrating days like today, I had a frustrating day at work. You come home, whether it's getting on here and talking to other musicians, playing the guitar, it's a way for us to vent frustrations. If you're upset, that's why the rhythm and blues were created, man. You get upset and you want to cry. Maybe your dog passed away. In my case, my mother passed away last year. It's a way that you can pour your heart and soul into it, and you can listen to music. You hear them songs. It's just tearjerkers. There's meaning behind that. They poured their heart and soul in it, and that's what music is for me. Not having that, it was something I missed. So being able to get on YouTube and do this with other like-minded people, it's great. That's how I feel about music. I've been in music for, I don't know, 35 years, something like that. And I learn something new every day, whether it's from the chat, doing these live streams, or someone posting something on one of my review videos. They'll mention a product or mention a way. I've got some tutorials on fret leveling. People come on, hey, why don't you try this? Or have you ever tried that? And I'm like, I never thought of that. You'd be surprised that the wealth of knowledge that's out there. It's phenomenal. And that's what I'm trying to do here. There's so many extremely talented musicians in the chat. I mean, talented. That's all you can say. It's talent. Okay? We've got Jerry worked at Peavey for a while. Okay? Built cabinets. So he's worked for a major instrument company. He plays guitar. So when Jerry says something, I'll listen because he's been in the industry. He's worked in the industry. He knows the industry. Kurt Inscale, Tom Surfing Alien, Jerry White, all these people play. And if I'm missing you, it's nothing against you, whether it's Balance or Devastator and other people that are in the group. All these people contribute, and they've played music out professionally, made money, did this or that, and they have something that they can tell. And that's why we come here. That's why we play music to like I said, have an outlet. That's why I'm here. I saw, I started my channel on YouTube because I didn't see guitar reviews that I thought were honest. I'll put it to you that way. I thought everyone was pushing a product, and I wanted a channel that was just straight up, open and honest, no BS, a place that you could go and chill out and hang out just like we did back with music stores when you could go in and jam with other people. All that's a time of the past, and this is kind of a spot for us to kind of come in and do all that. Hopefully that answers your question. And Carmelo says, for me, because of how you talk about music, you are already a professional. Um, I guess I view that two different ways. If you make $1 playing music or doing anything, technically you're a professional. You've made money. So YouTube has sent me checks. So technically I'm a professional YouTuber. We won't say that amount of money amounts to anything, which it doesn't. Um, but I do make money from it. Okay, AdSense and stuff like that does send me a check. It does not cover what it costs to actually do this, the equipment and the money to buy instruments, and then just the time. So when you see someone doing it, especially in my case, that's not pushing products and doing kickbacks and stuff, they have to love what they do because there is no financial kickback for those people. And those channels do exist on YouTube. My channel, I feel, is one of them. But I've found other channels that I feel are 100% on the up and up, and it's level playing field. So it's nice to see new faces in the group. We're trying to expand the group. That's what it's about. Because now it's Friday night. We do this on Friday night and Saturday night. It's not every week. Maybe you can't show up every week. So if there's 30, 40, 50, 60 different people, and we get a different group coming in, coming out, talking about experiences, that's how we grow and that's how we learn. So, and Time Surfing Sailing Alien says he's back. He must have got abducted by aliens or something. They just dropped him back off. I didn't know that they abducted him and took him away, but I guess that's what happened. And Jerry says, I found a 20-watt Dirty Shirley clone builder locally that I have befriended for a lunchbox. She's nasty. Oh, that sounds cool. And Jerry's right. You got to hit the like button. YouTube likes that. YouTube also likes the comments. It counts every comment that you all put. It counts it. Every emoji and little stupid face or these little things that you guys put up, believe it or not, there's a category for that. And the AI system sees that. Believe it or not, it does change how the AI system sees the video. All the little emojis count. Every chat counts. And believe it or not, YouTube also reads your chat. So if you go back and you watch this video, let's say in like a month, your all's chat, what we're talking about, most likely you're going to see an AdSense ad based on the communication in the chat. It's actually scary how the YouTube AI has been able to analyze what we're discussing and then apply AdSense to the live stream at a later date.
Tom Surfing Alien says abduction is a daily thing. The head alien requires lots of attention. She's a strict but kind dictator.
That sounds like me when it comes to Linnell. I require a lot of attention from Linnell. Yeah. Does that make me an alien? She'd probably agree with you, though. He's kind of strange. He's an alien. But I think all musicians are like that. They pick on me sometimes at work. And he's probably one of the people right now watching this live stream. Manuel. I work with Manuel. And he says he's in the background and he watches, but he never comments. Musicians and artists, woodworkers, people that are creative, usually musicians, they're creative people. They work with their hands. They're very creative, whether they're into painting or building or making furniture or crafts. They're out of the box thinkers, if that makes sense. I've noticed that a lot of musicians are out of the box thinkers, and they're very artistic and very creative. And those are the things that inspire musicians. I think you got to have those to be a good musician. And if you're a musician, odds are you already have those traits and qualities. You're just refining them. If you go back and you listen to me play guitar, there's things that I completely mess up on. But each time I mess up, I try to remember, hey, I went from this sub 6 or this diminished ninth to this, whatever. That didn't work. So I'm not saying that I'll remember every time, but after I make that mistake multiple times, my ear goes, I cannot go from this set pattern at this speed to this. This doesn't work. Okay? My ear tells me that. I can hear it. So that's learning. I'm not going to get on here. I'm not the world's best guitar player by any means. I love playing guitar. I get on here, I'm going to make mistakes. So we're all human. But each time we play, we get a little better and a little better and a little better. That just takes us down the road a little bit more. That's what it's about. I don't know if Devastator's still with us or not. Oh, Yep, and we were just talking about Ted. His ears were burning. Now he come in the group. See? Here you go, Ted. I told you guys if I started talking about him, he'd be in here.
Said he's been making a video.
That's no excuse, Ted. That's cool. I just watched your latest video today, Ted. On the nag. I think it was your latest one.
Devastator's still in there.
Oh, I see Devastator. Yeah, he's still in there. Devastator was just in the background chilling out. He's having his adult beverage, just relaxing. Well, I think it's about time to plug in the Squire so you guys can actually hear the Squire guitar. Now, I have not tuned the Squire. I have not played the Squire in, I'm going to say 7 months. I'm going to guess 7 months. And Linnell will tell you, have I played this Squire? No, I have not. And I have not tuned it. So let's see what 7 months of it sitting in a case, not being tuned, does to a 20-year-old custom shop Squire. Let's see if it even works. Sounds like it works. Ooh, it's a little tuned. Yeah. All right, hold on, guys. I have to tune it. Okay, sorry about that. 7 months without being tuned, sitting in a case. That's what do you expect? But actually, it wasn't that bad. The E was out a little bit. The D was out. The B and the high E, just a little bit. So we're going to turn on the cabinet mic. You guys can say whatever you want to say. I made a lot of mistakes in that. The point in this is a fantastic. When I say fantastic, this is a freaking fantastic guitar. It's all stock. It was made this way. This guitar came this way. The pickups. I'm going to turn the other mic on. I'm going to leave both mics on. I don't know if that'll sound right or not.
Miss Frank a lot tonight, guys. It's a phenomenal sounding guitar. It's a Squire M80 Custom Shop. Funny headstock, funny body, Seymour Duncan pickups from the factory. This wild inlay on the neck. Phenomenal instrument. Yeah, it's all hair metal. You want? I gotta go over and change the amp. I
Sid,
can't.
turn on your mic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's all hair metal. I saw Mikey said that. I can switch it over to a different channel on the mic. We can do some more like rhythm and blues type stuff. But I'm a hair guitar player. I could switch over to the Friedman side of the amp. I guess we could do some more modern grunge type stuff, if that's what you want to hear. I was talking, I didn't realize this mic wasn't on. I'm sorry, guys. So what do you guys think of the M80? I mean, that, like I said, I think this is a 2003 Squire Custom Shop M80. Phenomenal instrument. Phenomenal instrument. I really like the way they did the inlay on the neck. That, to me, that thing, I don't know what it is about this inlay.
Kurt Steele said M80, one ugly guitar, LOL.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't know, I think Paul Reed Smith was making guitars then. It's kind of like a cross between a Fender Strat and I don't know, a Paul Reed Smith. If a Fender Strat and a Paul Reed Smith had a child, maybe it would look something like this. What do you think? I don't know. I like kooky and unusual. That's why polka dots here. For me, the headstock, I like, part of the whole thing with a guitar, I gotta like the headstock too. And I like the shape of that headstock. I do. I like that. Yeah, it's very old. It's got a jack issue evidently. If I knew a guitar tech to fix that, I need to take it downstairs and open it up and check. I think the guitar has been unplayed. I purchased it off of a person that had a guitar store. And this was something that I think that he just didn't sell because it was too expensive for Squire. He ended up keeping it, and I guess he figured the value would go up after 20 years. And yeah, I guess it did. I don't remember what I paid for it, but I definitely didn't get hurt on it.
Kurt Steele said maybe a neutered PRS.
Maybe a neutered PRS. I don't know. You'd have to play it. I guess the first time I saw it, I was kind of like, I'm not a big fan of that body style. But the more I look at it, the more I like it.
Devastator said makes me think Peavy and Ibanez had a baby.
Yeah, okay, I can kind of see that. Peavy and an Ibanez had a baby. I kind of see that. But it's got the Gibson S bridge on it. So to me, that makes it kind of You know, it's different. Uh, and the inlays are there. I can't get over it. Even though that's a simple little detail that they did on that inlay, um, you got to think it's 2003. Guitar companies didn't really do three-piece inlay work, especially not Squire. A three-piece inlay on a Squire, in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, in 12 different positions, three-piece inlay work on a Squire. Uh, I think it was definitely out of Squire's box for the time. I mean, now they got the classic vibe, which is a heck of an instrument for the money. Um, Even my Nashville Telly here that everyone's saying, I think that's a heck of an instrument too for what you're getting. There's nothing at all wrong.
Curtain scale said to me it looks like an older Yamaha.
Yeah, I can kind of see that, Kirk. It does kind of look like an older Yamaha. I can see that. But it's a mahogany body, and I mean, look. I mean, this is Squire. Okay, so wood tones change over age, and look at how even the body is on that. There's a little bit of difference right here. You see between here and here, just ever so slight. You can see it, just in the right light. You see the body seam right there.
Mikey says, when was Squire born?
Squire is actually a pretty old company. Fender acquired Squire. Squire made Squire. I don't think. I think Squire made violins or something. I can't remember what they did. I don't think they were primarily a guitar company, if I remember correctly. I'm not too sure about, it. But they were acquired by Fender. So it's not like Fender just come up with a new brand for their import. That was already a company, and Fender had purchased them. Yeah, random content today says it looks more like a weird SG. Well, it is. It is a set neck guitar, which I've never seen a Squire. Let me actually unplug this real quick, guys.
Curtin Scale said, hey, I would play.
Oh.
Curtin Scale said, hey, I would play it without shame. Kind of like fat girls. They're fun to ride. Just don't let your friends see them.
Ha! Wow. Kurt's off the cuff tonight. I think Kurt's taking Time Surfing Aliens spot tonight. Usually Time Surfing Aliens, the one coming up with the wild ones. So look at this. Look at this set neck joint, and look at how it follows the body contour. Okay. Now, granted, guys, I get it. There's guitar companies now doing that, but this is 2003. Okay, a 2003 Squire with a set neck to match the neck profile on a Squire. Look at that. How they radius that in. I mean, it is awesome workmanship. I can't say enough about it. I'm not saying I'm in love with the body style. I'm looking at how the routes are done and how cleanly it was put together. That is a well crafted guitar. I mean, it's a well crafted guitar. I it's I mean the chamfers and stuff and the broken edges. It's very consistent when they broke the corners on all the chamfering, all the round overs. Everything feels consistent. I don't feel an error in it. I don't feel anything weird on the back of the neck. When the profile comes across, it's a nice, sleek, even change. It goes from like I'm going to say, a thin C at the top to like a CD down towards the neck. So it is changing the radius. It gets a little more rounded, okay, down towards the bottom, and a little thinner at the top, if that makes sense. Thinner and flatter at the top, and a little bit more, I guess, belly, like more D-shaped at the bottom.
You have a Dan Fitzpatrick says looks real nice.
Well, thank you, Dan. And if you're new, I don't think I've seen you comment here before. There you go. Everyone here is music nuts, and we're just having a good time. This is one of the guitars, Dan, that I found on Marketplace, and I had dealt with this person before on a different guitar transaction, and he told me what he had, and I was like, never heard of a Squire M80. And I did some research on it, and I found out that it was a custom shop guitar that Squire attempted for about, I think they did it for 2 or 3 years, and then they didn't do it anymore. And we come up with a deal on it, and I went and purchased the guitar.
He said he's a collector himself, and Devastator sent you his favorite inlays on his Hellraiser. He sent you a picture on Skype.
And Devastator sent us some Skype pictures, guys. So let me pull up the Skype stuff real quick.
His favorite inlays is on his Hellraiser.
Okay, let me pull up his. All right, I got his Hellraiser pulled up. So let me switch over to the display, and we can see Devastator's guitar here. So here's Devastator's guitar on his Schecter, and here's the inlays on the Schecter. I think I've seen that. It's very gothic, if I remember correctly. And this is like a quilted maple top on that. That's pretty. That's a sharp looking guitar. That binding looks like there's a little bling action going on that binding as well. Looks like it. Maybe it's the light, but it looks like there's a little extra bling going on the binding. Oh yeah, it's got the binding around the headstock too. So it's definitely got some bling bling going on. That's Devastator's Schecter. And everyone sees the squirrel, the munching squirrel there.
Devastator said, yeah, very mean. Abalone?
The abalone, yeah. That's part of this is abalone in it. The cross piece is abalone. That's what I like about that one. It's got 2 different types of inlay material. Yeah, very, very mean abalone. Love those quality guitars. Yeah, so Dan, you're a collector. So I asked earlier the group what guitar they had was different than the average guitar. And Devastator sent us some pictures of his highly detailed guitar with a special carved rear neck. I don't know if you have anything, since you said you were a collector, if you had anything that you find that might be rare or something different you'd like to share with the group. I don't know if anybody else has anything. If you come in late, you kind of miss that part of the show. But that's my M80, and I've got a couple other ones. I've got one I'm thinking about breaking out for next week. It's a guitar that I bought as a backup, but it is a nice guitar. I'm going to see. I haven't put strings on that guitar in many, many years. It hasn't been out of the box in probably at least 6 or 7 years. So I may need to do a quick tune-up on it before I can play it. I know the strings have got to be at least 7 years old on the instrument. So I may need to do a little fine-tuning on it before next week's show. So I'm looking back in the chat and making sure I didn't miss anything. also you've got a Badlands guitar. Which did you get the Hollow Flash or? I know they did a Hollow Flash guitar. Forget what the. I think that was the second Badlands version. I don't remember what the first one was.
And that, I don't know if his name's Renee or not. He says he has the Robin 82 model.
Oh, a Robin guitar. Yeah. Now, if you guys aren't familiar with Robin guitars, Robin Guitars was a very, very nice guitar company. Really never got, I guess, what do you say? It never really got the publicity that they really deserved. There were a couple artists that did play Robin. And I did hear Robin Guitars is making a comeback. That they are going to start, or maybe they never stopped producing guitars, but they're going to start producing and pushing a product again. I don't know if anyone had heard anything else about that, but I did hear of Robin Guitars was going to start producing guitars again. Quality Instrument, if you're not familiar with them, I advise everyone to go check out Robin. Really nice guitar company.
Dan said his Badlands is from the very first run.
Yeah, first run Badlands. I think they've done 3 production runs. Is that correct, Dan? I don't know if they've done a fourth. I probably missed it. I think they've done three different production runs on guitars. Me personally, I think I said this before. I was going to get a Kiesel, and I have since decided not to. Um, I'm going to update my amp, and I know I'm a big tube guy, like I said earlier, guys, but I'm going to start saving my pennies, and I am going to buy me an Axe FX 3. And, yep, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get an Axe FX 3, and I'm going to use my Synergy SYN2 with my Sedano and my Friedman, and I'm going to wire the Synergy the same way I have it in my Applied Research Technology. So I have my Sedano and my Friedman tube preamp with all my Axe FX stuff. And then if I want, I can use an IR direct to YouTube, or I can go out of the mains right into my 6L6 rack mount power amp into my enclosures. And I can do that just with a flip of a switch. I don't have to unplug anything. I can run it directly to my AG08 with an IR, an IR and a cab sim. You know, if I want to do it that way, or I can flip another switch and I'll go out of the main outs directly to the power amp to the drivers. No fuss, no muss. It'll bring me into the modern era. I'll probably have a huge learning curve, but I did step up going from the Applied Research Technology, the old school, the Eventide stuff where you had the old displays. I have had a little small stepping stone. I have learned the Helix HX Stomp and how the modeling works as far as the new programming. So it won't be a complete jump into something new. I've at least dabbled a little bit in the newer stuff. So hopefully it works the same way. I know that you can plug your computer into it, and it'll be far easier than programming my ART now. And Dan says, favorite, best bang for the buck guitars I've ever bought. Yeah, how much were those? Were like 2,600 new. Is that what they were with the case? I think that's what they were running with the case. I'm not too sure on that. I like the Hollow Flash one that they did. Oh, the Kramers. Yeah, I have several Kramers. I have an original 1986 Kramer Pacer Imperial in the trans color, the morph color. It goes from like a purple to like a off pink color. A lot of people on the channel could tell you about that guitar.
That's original Kramer from the 1986 or Kramer American. Then I have this Kramer Night Swan. Now this is not an original Night Swan. This is the reproduction from Kramer. So this guitar is a 2024. So it is not an 80s Kramer. It is the reproduction of the Night Swan. And then I also have two Kramer Berettas that are also reproductions of the 86 Kramer Berettas. One's a 23 and the other one's a 24. Then I have a Kramer Assault Plus, which is an LP with the Floyd Rose and the reverse banana headstock. That's a 23 model, I think. Another great Kramer. I think that's all the Kramers I have. I like Kramer. It's a lot of bang for the buck, especially when you get. I think they're moving away from loading all their guitars now with Seymour Duncan. They have that new EVH pickup that they've been pushing. I think they've been using that in some of their newer guitars. But all the Kramers that I have Seymour Duncans from the factory. They all have Floyd Rose 1000s, which is the step up from the special. So when you're in the $600 to $1,000 price market with those features, that's a lot of guitar for the money when you're talking a name brand owned by Gibson, especially. Hammer, Hamer, or Hammer. Some people call him. I always called him Hamer. Hamer had a cheaper line called Slammer. Used to love them. I don't know whatever happened. There were so many '80s guitar companies that were making incredible instruments that kind of are no longer there anymore. I don't, there was just too many. Kramer was probably the first. They went way high, and then they just all of a sudden crashed, and they just fell apart. It was 91, 92. Kramer was already falling apart as a company. They were already pretty much waiting for the last nail to go in the coffin at that point. And that's sad because Kramer had the market for such a long time. They had the market. Why they didn't continue to capitalize? I think they got greedy, and they were using two different companies. They were using ESP and somebody else making their necks, and they started getting a conflict between the two different manufacturers of the necks, and sticking this neck on this body for 50 units, and then some ESP necks would come in, so they'd make 100 with this neck. And if you even go back and you try to research serial numbers on Kramer's, it's very difficult. My 86 Pacer, it's a nightmare to actually get information from Kramer on it. They did not keep very good records. Devastator says, I had a 90s Slammer that was neon pink with purple tiger stripes. And Renee says he loves all boutique guitars. I do too. I like different stuff. What is that? Kurt Inscale says, love the Hamer, what is that, Scarb? Okay, someone's got to send me a picture on Skype on that. I don't know what body style that is. That might be a job for you, Devastator, to Google that and then get a screenshot and send it to me. Devastator, he recognizes the body. I don't know if I know which one you guys are talking about. That one I don't know of. Was that a Super Strat or was that an offset? I don't know what that was. The weirdest body style guitar I had was my Gibson Explorer. And it had that long point on the back and that long beak on the headstock. And the back of the guitar and the beak were both beat up from the drum set. You'd be on stage, you'd hit the mic stands, you'd hit the drum cymbals, you're constantly hitting stuff at the back of the guitar and the headstock. It was pretty beat up. Oh, it's one of those 36 fret guitars. There was another company in the late 80s, Zion, and I always wanted a 28 fret Zion guitar. They had a guitar that was set up a lot like this. It had a uh, humbucker here that was tilted just a little bit, and then a single coil that was tilted the opposite direction. And it was a 28 fret that come way down in, and this cutaway was way back into the body. It kind of looked strange. It was made by Zion, and at the time, I think they were $1,600. And again, that was so far out of my ability to purchase a $1,600 guitar back then. Oh, I got a Skype image. So let's see what we got here. Okay, let me pull back up OS. So we're going to go to display capture. Devastator's got a picture of that guitar for us. So there it is. Hamer. Kind of looks like a modified Explorer body style. And he's got one other one. That's the full picture with the headstock. So you can see it's kind of got like a carve there on the headstock. That's different. I never knew they made that guitar. I don't think I've ever seen one. And it kind of reminds me of a modified Explorer. That's the exact same picture there. All right, back to the main camera. I'm getting better at switching camera angles, guys. Little by little, I'm getting better at it. Now I just got to remember to pull up the chat window. I always forget to pull up the chat window. I never played a Kramer Voyager. I've seen that guitar. I know which one you're talking about, but I've never played one. The Hamer Californian and Diablo. Those are two that I'm not familiar with either. There was only, that I remember, maybe one or two guys that I ever saw playing out with Hamers. That was a hard guitar in this area where I'm at. There was really no Hamer dealers. I don't know. Hamer wasn't like Carvin, was it? That wasn't. They were sold in stores, right? I'm pretty sure they were sold in stores. Hamer made the Scarred in Tiger Stripe like the Firefly you just bought. Now that would be kind of cool. I'm waiting for the Firefly to show up, guys. I'm kind of excited about that. I know I said I was going to get an E-Art, and I still want to get the E-Art for review, but I figured this would be a good guitar to review. And I know I just said I didn't want to become the Firefly channel, and what I do, I turn around and I order another Firefly. But that's okay. I thought the content would be relative on what it is. I'll tell you a guitar that I'm getting ready to sell, guys. And I'm going to pull it off the wall and show you guys the guitar. This was the guitar that started my channel. This was the first guitar. I took this guitar from being probably, I won't say it was the worst guitar that we ever did a review on the channel, but it was probably definitely in the top 10 worst. We've reviewed probably over 50 guitars on the channel at this point, but there were some issues with this guitar. There were some wiring issues. There were some crowning issues and fret leveling issues. And at the time, Firefly really wasn't putting good tuners on their guitars. The tremolo would not stay in tune.
And I did a whole series on taking this guitar, with stock components and making it as good as it could possibly be, not changing any components. Okay? And then the next series of videos, we took it to the next level. We put different tuning keys on it and, budget. First we did tuning keys, then I fixed some electronic issues, then we fixed the tremolo. Of course, I did a whole new fret leveling, reshaped the back of the neck on the guitar a little bit, sanded down the back of the neck, made it a little thinner, refinished the back of the neck. This is an awesome guitar. So this one's going to be going up for sale pretty soon. This is a second production run of the Firefly FFMN. Like I said, I haven't played this one in a while either. So if it's out of tune, it's probably because it's been hanging up there for a while. Let's see. Actually, it's doing pretty good. So I'm going to cut my mic off. We're going to play this one for a little bit. This is the guitar I'm getting ready to put up for sale. And she went massively out of tune. That's too funny. I haven't played this guitar in probably 7 months. Yep, that's me making a mistake. Okay, neck profile on this. This guitar was a heavy, when I say a heavy D shape, it was a heavy D shape. And I have sanded some of that out. It is still a pretty chunky neck.
Jimmy Z.
So if you don't like the chunkier, I'm not going to say it's chunky like a 50s Gibson. This is going to be probably just a little thinner than I'll say a 60s Gibson. But it does have a little chunk to it on this particular one.
Jimmy Z, while you're playing, said, I have this guitar. It's insane, an awesome guitar, and I did absolutely nothing to it except tune it. Firefly is killing it right now. I have 3 EVH models and Jenner Zing for my last one. He wants the striker one. We want it to come back in stock.
Yeah, the Firefly made a lot of improvements to this model. This was the second production run, and this was the first model that had the Floyd Rose bridge on it. It did have some Floyd Rose components. I don't know if they were factory seconds. It wasn't the new Floyd Rose under the special. It had the Floyd Rose block, the spring, and the saddles, but the base plate, nowhere on it did it say Floyd Rose, not even on the rear stamping, on the back, or anything. So I don't know if it was a hodgepodge of parts, but the third production run on this guitar, they made a lot of improvements on it. By the time they got to the fourth production run, they added the flame maple neck to the back. They did a couple other things, and they've actually put a real Floyd Rose on. Well, it's still cheaper than the special Floyd Rose. This particular guitar has my fancy Floyd Rose on it with stainless steel saddles and bridges and stuff. It went way out of tune when I first played it. I hadn't played it in like 7 months, but it seemed like once I retuned it's restabilized.
Ted's going.
This particular guitar, I put the block on the back right here. If you dive bomb it too much, the block does hit the cover plate. So if you watch my tutorial on it, I say that on this guitar. The 42 millimeter block is just a little too big, even if you take the shim out. 40 millimeters is about as big as you should go. So I need to take this one back apart, take the block off, and take 3 millimeters off the block, bring it down to like 39 millimeters, and this guitar would be perfect.
Ted's going.
Ted, oh, see you later, Ted. Sorry if I missed you. Linnell's in here yelling at me. Thanks for coming into the group, man.
Jimmy
And everyone, Ted has a live stream on Tuesday nights. So go check out Ted's show on Tuesday nights.
Jimmy Z said, that's funny. I got mine more recently, and they must have shaved a little bit off. Mine isn't fat at all. I hate a fat neck. And he said the neck on mine is a lot darker too, so it must be a slightly different batch.
Yeah. Later, Ted. Yeah, they made a lot of changes. Like this one's not roasted either. This was the second production run. Like I said, one thing I'll give Firefly is they do try to make improvements in their products. I've seen them go from, like I said, this guitar had awful tuners from the factory. This particular guitar has Shaler locking tuners. There's a whole video on this guitar. I probably have, I don't know, at least 50 hours of labor in this guitar, with the YouTube videos and all that. And I put about $250 in parts in it. So this is a phenomenal instrument. It's just time for it to go to a home. This is a great guitar. This guitar needs nothing. But if anyone wants it, I will take it apart and modify the rear block. That way it does not catch the rear plate. That's the only thing that needs to be done. It already has a pure tone jack put in it. All these little things are already done to the guitar. There's nothing that needs to be done. I replaced the caps too in here with orange drop caps to give the pickups a little bit more than what the factory did, but they are the stock pickups. So sometimes you can play around with the caps on these pickups and you can really get them to sound good. And this guitar has a great sound. I don't remember what I put in it. I think it's a .22. It's either a .22 or a .32, .032 or .022. It's either a 22 or a 32. But if anyone's interested, this one's going up. It's time to move it on so I can get another guitar that we can go through and do a complete modification on. That's going to be funds that go probably towards my Nashville telly. That's going to be maybe the next review, depending on how long it takes Firefly to actually get me the guitar I just ordered. I may start working on the Squire. I was going to do it this week, guys. I know I said I was, but I was sick most of the week. So I came home from work and I went right to bed. So I might start working on the Nashville telly review. Then, go through, check the frets. I can already tell you that I like the guitar. It's a good bang for the buck for $329, but still want you to watch the review. There are things that the review always finds when we check out the guitar. So, but I'd like to get a set of Dylan Talks Tone pickups for that guitar. He makes a really nice set with orange drop caps and special 5-way blade switch. Got the Bourne's pots. I think it's like $350. Now I know that sounds like a lot, but you're getting Bourne's pots, you're getting American-made 5-way switch, and you're getting hand-wired pickups from Dylan. Him and his wife hand-wired all his pickups. They are minimum wax dipped, so they might still like. The reason I like this guitar, it has that little bit of a microphonic sound on the bridge pickup. And Dylan actually says they are lightly wax potted. So they should still be open and airy sounding without the feedback issues. And Devastator, Avery, have you seen the PRS Miles Kennedy Signature Edition? I have. And I keep saying I want to get a PRS. There's two guitars I want to get, for me personally. I'd like to get a PRS. And then I also want to get a Squire. And I'm probably going to buy a Sire. I was thinking Squire because of the Nashville. A PRS and a Sire. I'm thinking about the Sire more than anything. I want a 7 or L7V, which is their LP with P90s. That's going to probably be my next guitar that I purchased for me personally. That won't be a reviewed product and then sold. I'm going to start taking my personal money and putting it towards my new Axe Effects rack unit. So that doesn't mean we won't have new guitars in here to review. We've just ordered one, and I've got several here that are up for review. We've never actually done a review on this Kramer Nights one. So we actually need to tear it apart and do a true review of the guitar. So did I miss anybody else? The neck on mine is a lot darker, significantly different. You're talking about, I was going back to Jimmy Z. Yeah, see now, Jimmy, the reason yours might be a little darker, like I said, I changed the caps on mine. So that might be the difference. You can get a lot of different sounds. That's what I always tell people. Before you go out and buy new pickups, caps are $2 or $3 a piece. Just order a couple different value caps, put them in your guitar. See if you like it. Do that change before you buy new pickups. Yeah, Kurt says he's saving up for a new Strandberg. Yeah, I can see that. The Strandbergs are awesome. And Ben just sent me another image.
Jimmy Z said darker neck, not the pickups. My neck is roasted on this guitar.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was one of the changes they made, I think, on the fourth production run, was the roasted neck. Now I think they're roasted and flame maple. I think it's a flame maple and it's roasted.
Devastator said that's my PRS.
Oh, he sent us a PRS picture. So let me. All right, I got it pulled up here now. I just got to switch over to display capture. I'm trying to become more efficient, guys. And there's his SE Paul Reed Smith. Well, that's got a really pretty flame maple top on it. See, when I'm looking, guys, see how the book match is on that guitar? See that? See the book match right here? Going right through the center of the guitar. I've been looking, I was looking for an Epiphone, the 60s model, in like the Honeyburst. Or it's called a Bourbon Burst or something. Or Smoke. It's Sweetwater's exclusive color. Maybe it's Smokehouse Burst. And see how this aligns on the book match? That's what I like seeing. I want to see that grain pattern match and align in this book match. To me, that means they took the time and they aligned that book match when they glued it up to the body. I was looking for that Epiphone, and everyone I would see, this right here, see how that dark piece goes across? It would be misaligned. And I'm like, come on, guys. How much more does it really take to move that veneer back and forth to get that thing to properly align? You know, Paul Reed Smith, their imports, all their guitars, they're just good quality guitars. They really are. The only thing and Linnell will start laughing. The only thing I really don't like about Paul Reed Smith, I'm not a fan of the birds. It's just me. I don't like the birds. I would rather have dots. I know a lot of people like the birds. Just me. I'm not a bird fan. I'm not a fan of the birds. I would, if that guitar had nice abalone dots on it, I would like it a lot more. But I like the guitar. I don't care for the birds I don't like the bird inlays. I don't know if that makes sense. I just think this guitar, even if they did offset dots, put a dot here, dot here, dot here, dot here, double dot and then shifted. Or just the plain Jane right through the center. I think for me, that would make that guitar that one notch a little better for me. Anybody else feel that way on the birds? That's just me. I know that's a Paul Reed Smith thing, but they do make some guitars with just the dots. I have seen them. So it's not like they don't do it. I've seen them do it. It just seems like the birds seem to be the big thing. Jimmy says, yeah, I guess I was lucky because I waited on this guitar. I got the newer run, and man, did they get it right. Yeah, Firefly has definitely stepped up their game. Now, one of our moderators to the channel, Mike, he's got a soured taste from Firefly. The last couple that he's had issues. He's had, bad finish flaws. He had one where the frets wasn't set right in the guitar. He got 3 back to back that he returned. And he told me about all 3. If Guitar Gardens made it right, I will say that. They made it right. They refunded his money. And the one guitar, they sent him a replacement. I don't know how the replacement was, but I know Mike was not really too happy with Firefly after that third one. Um, Personally, lately the worst one I got was the FFST in that was it Blueberry Burst with the Floyd Rose. That guitar was bad. Um, it would not stay in tune. I stripped the nut on the locking uh, tremolo at the top of the nut, the locking nut. First day I had it, the knife edges weren't right. I can't remember if there were any high frets on that one. I had to go back and rewatch my own video, but that was not a good guitar out of the box. It's still downstairs. That can be a project if someone wants that guitar. We can build a bridge for it and put, make a hot rod out of it if someone wants it. But for right now, it's downstairs, waiting for its new owner to say yes, I'll take it. And we'll hot rod it for them. But that was a bad one. Then I guess it's about a year ago now. I ordered a Telecaster from them, and I'm bad for ordering two guitars. And I'll open one, I don't open the other because I like to open the box during the review. I want that initial response, good, bad, or indifferent. I want that. Well, it sat here for about 3 months. I opened up the box and the body was cracked on the guitar. And that actually got sold to a subscriber. I did a really short video. It says it's Firefly's QC going down because it was split right on the glue seam in the body. I received that one. And then an FFDC, which is their double cut. I did a review on it, the red translucent. They glued the body up crooked, like the neck, okay, is here. Well, the seam in the body went this way to the neck. And with the translucent red, you could see it. And my OCD kicked in. And I couldn't handle that grain going this way and the neck going this way in a translucent color. So I called them, and I think they gave me $30 off or something on the guitar. Ended up selling it, and then I picked up the yellow, well, they call it yellow. It's more of a white cream DC, and that's downstairs. I'm hot rodding that one. That one's good.
Mark wants to know what city do you live in?
I am in Northern Virginia. I am in Front Royal, which is right outside of Washington, D.C. My local music store is Shenandoah Music in Winchester, Virginia.
Devastator wants to know if you can hold the Squire up so Lori can see the body.
Uh-oh. Devastator's out looking for an M80, and you need one of these. This is one of these guitars. If you can find one, I think this has got to be the best Squire ever made. The sound of this guitar and the inlays. Look at those inlays. Again, check them inlays out. Look at how, even the flat part right here, how it morphs in color. And then this abalone cross piece that comes through, how it morphs and changes. Look at all them colors. It's only the striped ones really showing all the, it's got some freaking cool colors when the light hits it. It's like the color shoots across like this, okay, streaks. And then you got this piece with all the different, it is really cool. And you can see where it says Duncan, Seymour Duncan on the pickups. Got a three-way switch up here. And this is when they were doing Squire Fender.
Mark says he has an SBS $250 one and he cannot get the fake Floyd Rose to work right.
Mark, yeah. Mark, quick question. Your
Steve Brown sound. On the tremolo, is it screen printed where it says Floyd Rose? Or do you have the previous generation where they were actually using the clone? The newer generation, they've actually went to the cheaper than the special Floyd Rose, and you can tell it. It's a black bridge, and they have a screen printed white silver logo. It says Floyd Rose, and that is the cheaper than the special bridge. Supposedly, they made changes in the saddles. I can't imagine that they've made the saddles even softer, but they're saving money somewhere versus the special. So I don't know if they're putting a smaller block on it and a smaller retention spring, because Floyd Rose has two retention springs on the back. Okay, back here, this little spring that sits underneath here, they have one that's flat and they have one that has a V dish in it. And that V dish sets in that screw. That is the better of the two springs. Okay, you get that on the low profile, okay, because of the way the piece is made in here. Okay, they've got a V shape, and you get it on the German. Okay, which is, you can't put the low profile one on the German, but the low profile one has a V piece that saddle sits back in. Then they took it and they made it so the screw sits in the V piece. You got the old one. Yeah, your best bet with that, I hate to say it, if you go to the community page, I did a list of parts for Jerry Dover that's in the chat. You can build a custom bridge for about $250. A true Floyd Rose with stainless steel saddles, a big, huge brass block, an upgraded spring set, upgraded fine tuners, and a turbo bar, which takes the slack out, for about $250. Or you can just get a Goth for about, you can get a full Goth, I think it's a 1986 or something is the model number, that has the furls for your insets, your inserts, and your nuts, your bridge, and your lock nut. I think they go for about $190 if you get everything. Some of those do not come with lock nuts. So make sure if you're looking at the Goth that you get one with a lock nut. And then make sure if you are getting one with a lock nut, you're getting the proper size lock nut for your neck, whether it's an R2, an R3, an R7, an R6, an R6. The 7, 8, 5, 4, all those are really weird sizes. Your most common sizes are R2 and R1. So I think the R2 is 42.2 millimeters or something like that. The R3 is almost 43. It's like 42.8 or something. Could be wrong. Double check that. I would not buy a Floyd Rose Special. If you're going to get one, get a Floyd Rose 1000. Spend the extra $50.
You said should I buy a Floyd Rose Special?
Yeah, I would not get a Floyd Rose Special. I think a Floyd Rose Special is about $100. Look around. You can find a Floyd Rose 1000 for about $170.
Mike, you said a Godo, or however you say it, with a question mark?
Yeah, Goth. That's how it's Goto. I know people pronounce it Goto. I pronounce it Goth. Goth has I think it's the 1986. That's going to be a little bit more than the Floyd Rose 1000. Because I'm pretty sure with the Goth, you have to buy the locking nut separate. I think they're about $180 without the locking nut and about $20 for the locking nut. And you want to make sure you get the Goth locking nut. Their locking nuts are good. Something else to remember about Goth. Goth has two locking nuts. They have one that the screws go in through the top to attach to the neck. And then they have the one that's threaded, where you have to drill through the back of your neck and put the screws in. And if you're not an experienced luthier, drilling through the back of your neck to align to those machined holes
is not easy. So unless you have the tooling to do it, I advise to make sure you get the one where the screws go in through the top.
Mark said, what website?
Um, I would check Amazon first. See what you can find on Amazon. Make sure it's a true Floyd Rose.
He said, where
Uh,
can I buy one?
Yep. Or Goth. You can also check Sweetwater. And the reason I say Sweetwater, call them. They'll give you 10% off and free shipping. They will. Just ask. Say, hey, will you give me 10% off? And they'll do it. I don't know what. Let's see what Sweetwater has a 1,000 for. I got a lot of windows open up here, guys. Let me.
Jerry told him if you want to build one, Amazon has everything.
Yeah, they do. Like I said, there's a whole list of components that I did for Jerry on the community page. So you can go to the community page, and I posted a whole list of parts to build your own. But if you don't want to do that, and you wanna buy one, let me see what I could find here. Well, I got way too many windows open, so I'm trying to close some windows here. Let's see what Sweetwater has. Floyd Rose. I'm having issues typing tonight, guys. There it is, Floyd Rose. And everything comes up. Every guitar with a Floyd Rose. Okay. Let's go. I'm going to do display capture. And this is Sweetwater. So this is the GraphTech version of the Ghost Loaded Bridge. Now here's a Floyd Rose FTR 100, which is an original for $255. Here's an original 84 for $289. This 2000 special is 103. So we're looking for the Floyd Rose 1000, and I'm not seeing it.
Curtinsdale said he would get the Goth over the 1000.
I would too. It comes down to, I think, if you can find a vendor for the 1000, I think they're right at 180 to 170. I'm not sure if the Goth. I'm not sure if you get the locking nut with the Goth.
Mark wants to know how he goes to the community.
On the community page, let me go back here. So let's say I open up my browser and I go to YouTube. Okay, go to YouTube. This is my YouTube that I see when I first load up. Here's my subscriptions. So for me, I can just go view my channel. So once you're on my channel, okay, you can scroll through here to the community page. Should be a list right here. Now see, I see things different than you all see it. So in the dashboard right here under community page, go to post. So here's the community page on the main site. This is what I posted last post. Let me see if I can find the post for Jerry. Here's the post. It was 2 weeks ago. So you would come into the community page, and I'm trying to figure out how to read more. Here we go. So right here's a link to every one of the parts to build that bridge, if you want to build one. And this bridge would be far superior to the Godot. It's using the Floyd Rose Turbo Bar, which there's zero slop. It's using the Floyd Rose 1000 base plate, which is a hardened steel base plate. The upgraded tension plate from Floyd Rose. The black noiseless Floyd Rose springs. Floyd Rose mounting studs. Because you need your studs to match the base plate. It needs to be the exact same kind of metal.
When he's on your page, he needs to go to posts.
Yeah, if you go to my page and you go to posts,
It doesn't say community.
okay, yeah, it'll say posts, sorry, not community. So go to the page and go under posts, and you should see and scroll down to this section.
Yeah, we'll have to scroll down.
And then right here we can see they got the cast stainless steel saddles and hardware. And then this is the Music Lily 37 millimeter solid brass block. And it's an L-shaped block. So there's a lot of mass behind that block. That and these stainless steel saddles add a lot of mass, which gives you sustain. And this brass claw, believe it or not, makes a big difference on the sustain of the bridge. And these are not affiliate links anymore. Something's wrong with my Amazon thingy. It doesn't matter. You guys can click on these and use them. But I've already done all the legwork for you if you decide to go that route. And then if you go back to my videos, here's a list of all my videos. If you scroll through, one of these somewhere is about building a Floyd Rose bridge. Okay, here's a Floyd Rose bridge tutorial. Okay, we built a custom Floyd Rose bridge for Harley Benton. And then there's another one I did for the Firefly. That's going to be a long time ago. String tree adjustment, tuner network upgrades. Here you go. Here's another, it's 1 year ago. Modifying the Floyd Rose Bridge. This video here. So you can check this video out, and the FFN comes with the Floyd Rose. There's some tutorial stuff in this video as well. Taking the bridge apart, I show you step by step. Every screw, every component, every little trick, every little secret to make sure the bridge will hold up and last. Now this video here that I'm pointing at will teach you how to resharpen your knife edges. Let's say you got an older bridge, you can't really afford to replace it now. You can watch that video and I kind of teach you how to make your stock bridge work the best way it possibly can. So it looks like I got 3 videos on Floyd Roses, on how to build them. And both videos are really good.
Mikey says he asked for the parts list.
Mikey asked for the parts list?
I thought Jerry did.
Jerry originally asked for the parts list. This was a couple weeks ago. And then Mikey may have asked again about the parts list. I'm not too sure.
Mikey said, I don't know, I'm confused. He said it was the Harley Benton.
We get confused really easily here, guys. Just so you all know. But I try to make all that information available to you guys. I really do. I'm not making $1 on any of it. This is just what I found. Trying to build an awesome instrument on a budget. And those parts will build you an awesome tremolo at the best price. Is it going to be a little bit more money than the Goth? Yes. But you're going to have a lot more sustain than the Goth because you've already got the upgraded block. You've already got the stainless steel saddles. You've already got the upgraded tensioner plate. You've already got the upgraded bar. Because a lot of the Floyd Roses, there's a lot of slop in the bar. Even a brand new one. Every Floyd Rose I have has the updated turbo bar. First thing I do is I slap a turbo bar in it. It's a dual pin bar. They work great. It works on 2 pins. There's a larger diameter sleeve and then a smaller sleeve. And it works in 2 pockets. and it really takes the slop out. It's a good bar.
Mark says, so where do you live?
Where do I live? I'm in Front Royal, Virginia, which is right outside of Washington, D.C. It takes me about, well, without traffic, I could be in Washington, D.C. in about 35, 40 minutes. In traffic in D.C., rush hour traffic takes 2 hours.
Mikey said he had asked on the Harley Benton video, and you gave him the same link.
Yeah, the links may change just a little bit. I think I changed the claw on the updated link. Um, I found that other claw and I've used that claw. I think it's a little bit better price versus the one that I used on the Harley Benton. Can't remember which one I used in the Harley Benton. But either one, just whether you use that claw or the other claw, just whichever one's cheaper, that's the one I would get. Both claws are going to add mass and sustain. It's just the one that I've been purchasing lately is the one in the newest list under posts. That's the one I'm been using lately. Yeah, I try to keep everything available for you guys. Like I said, this channel is about helping others and it's about a community. Well, guys, I think we're going to call it a night. We've been on for 4 hours, a 4-hour live stream. That is even in the YouTube world, that's kind of crazy.
Mikey said cast claw.
What's this?
Cast claw?
The last one I did is it's a brass block that's been machined. I think the other one is a cast brass. Well, they're all cast if they're brass. It's going to be poured. I think that it is machined on a CNC machine after the casting.
Mark said he's north of Dallas. He's in Denton, Colorado.
Woo! Denton, Colorado. Yeah. I've never been that well. I've been to Dallas, Texas once, and I was very young. I was probably maybe 10 or 11. Been a very long time ago. And I know Jerry's commenting on how long we've been in here. Time flies, doesn't it, guys? Doesn't seem like we've been on here. And believe it or not, my voice now is just starting to get hoarse. So I'm either getting better at this or I got that extra sleep this week from being ill on Monday and Tuesday, and it prepped me for tonight. That's going to be my story. I'll stick with that one. But I want to thank everybody that comes to the live stream, that hangs out, you know, and Devastator tonight, man. Putting those links in Skype, you know, finding that stuff, that helps. Because for me, my little squirrel brain has a hard enough time just pushing the buttons to move back and forth. It really helps the live stream. It allows everyone to kind of move the live chat. Hey, let's talk about this. And, you know, Devastator was quick. He went out, searched that photo, posted it onto Skype so I could get it so everyone could see it. That means the world to me, guys. That's what the live is supposed to be about. And if you guys want to contribute, look back in the chat. I put my Skype initials in there. If someone else wants to put them in there, they can. You know, send me a Skype message. I will respond. You know, just say, hey, I saw your live stream, because it allows you to type in a quick note. Saw your live stream, got your information from there. Shoot me a Skype message. It might take me a day or two, but I will get back to you. We get on there and talk sometimes, and of course we get on here and talk sometimes too. But again, I want to thank everyone that has subscribed to the channel. You guys make it possible for me to do this. It gives me the will to have a stressful day like I had today at work, to come home and do music and relax and just let it out. That's what it's about. It's a Friday night. Let it all out. Do music. Have fun. That's what it's about. So, again, thanks, guys. And we're going to do it again tomorrow night. It won't be 4 hours, I don't think. But we will be live tomorrow night again. Thanks, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Bye.